So, welcome back, everybody. Um, let's get to the recap. So, you guys have had some chances to go around and speak to some suitors. As you are in New Syria, you are helping out the good old Prince Orgrave your wine on pick out the best of the most exotic lot that has proposed themselves be suitors for him in marriage. Cross definitely taking point. Has done his best to interview a couple of people, which would include, I believe he's spoken with Rose, and also spoke with Kenneth, our friend. What's her name? Ilina Korla de Kenneth. Uh, Very surprising, especially to Orgrave when they spoke at the Requiem that night. He was more leaning towards Ilina de Kenneth rather than towards Rose, the Warforged leader. He was like very surprised across his pessimism towards uh, the Warforged of the Moorland and Rose and her whole deal. And he said, just take a minute and think about it, and come back to him if he holds the same opinion tomorrow night. He's seemed genuinely concerned across his opinions. Um, Ludwig is putting things underway for preparations for the tourney that's going to be happening on the fourth day. Um, Lois and Violin are setting a high bar for a love match as they dance the night away at the Requiem together. And it seems between the two of them, they're tag team scaring the fuck out of the local civis scribe, which is always good fun, good marital bonding. And yeah, and Rowan is making plans of her own secret plans. Don't worry about those at all. As it seems some things are going on. But right now we find ourselves in the belly of the Requiem of New Siri or of Siri. As you guys review the past and review, why is my screen going all blue? Oh, it's because I said Siri. Sorry. As you guys are sort of here at this event, I will remind you of the event itself and kind of what you're seeing here. Um, I think I've actually, yeah, I've put together a little image to hopefully better demonstrate what the Requiem looks like, which I will start uploading now. In the meantime, um, I will just give you the description of the event that you find yourselves at. Um, uh, oh, yes, that's cool. Uh, you are at a ceremonial and somewhat emotional event of remembrance and nostalgia, nostalgic joy, mingling, uh, in demonstrating the identity of Syrian identity. Held here in Memorial Road, uh, the court and all of the suitors have gathered here, lanterns swaying gently in the evening breeze, casting warm halos for polished stone memorials. Musicians in violet and silver play slow, haunting airs on the harp and flute, the notes weaving through the murmured conversation of the crowd at the far end. A dais holds the Syrian banner, flanked by a line of honored relics, medals, tattered banners, and the salvaged crown of an ancient prince. The mood is solemn, but not heavy. Grief is here, but so is pride. And I turn on image. Right. Wait for it. Oh, yeah. Now, hopefully that's kind of a cool image, a somewhat accurate image at least of what I have described. That should be a crown on the banner, but we can't have everything when admittedly using AI. But anyway, that would largely be it. Um, so here you are. Hadith, or excuse me, Orgrave has already spoken to Vestige, came forward and in the image of his wife, which Cross you would have noted has had a pretty significant impact on him. He has asked you specifically to see if this Vestige person's full of shit or not. because that's concerning. And also had a little word with you, or super quick word with you, Rowan, about being like, hey, check in with Cross. Behaving a little out of character, at least in my opinion. Just check on that. Um, and yeah, because we're in the middle of the event, we are going to at least temporarily forego the epistolary phase, and the reputation phase. We will sum up our reputation once the events of the day are complete. Um, I believe those are all the events we really hold before actual play. So let's dive right into it. Let's dive right into the Grand Requiem of Ciri.
I will
Uh,
say,
yes,
we some of us did look at the walls of remembrance.
that is true. Yeah, that is worth noting. Some of you looked at the Walls of Remembrance and looked for people, found that they weren't there, and also looked and found people that were, and also to the glee of the various priests who are around, there are priests around of various religions, have crossed out some names that they thought were lost, such as Rowan. They thought Rowan de Kenneth was gone, but alas, and most fortunately, she is not. So there was some joy there. Yes, Rowan.
Ryan, did you above the table, did you read the note that I sent you about that? I sent you a note days ago
Uh,
about it.
yeah, and sorry if I haven't gotten. Oh, yeah.
It was
I just
relevant
got a
to
new
exactly
phone
that.
and okay. I'll take a quick look right now.
Yeah, no, it was relevant to exactly that. I was hoping it wasn't going to come up in the preview.
Mhm. Oh, yeah, exactly.
So Rowan de Caneth was never on that wall.
No, not Rowan de Kenneth, but you would have been Rowan Kenneth would have been on the wall.
No, it would have been Rowan Martell.
Well, Rowan Martell Kenneth, because you were still a part of the house. Just because you weren't marked doesn't mean you're not a part of House Kenneth,
Okay.
right?
I didn't realize that she had taken the name. So then her parents would have also been Martell Caneth.
Well, in the backstory, you said that the people you were adopted by were of the
House
Fabricators Guild,
agents.
like they
They
were
were yeah,
Kenneths,
they were
right?
house agents, yeah.
Yeah, so they were Kenneth.
Okay. I didn't know if they would have taken if it would have just been their family name or if they would have taken the name
No.
Kenneth because they were not marked.
Uh, Being marked isn't a prerequisite for being part of the house. It
Okay.
certainly lowers your marital value, um, right? But your blood isn't as strong with the mark, which lowers your value, but it doesn't mean you're not a part of the family. It doesn't mean you're not a part of the house.
Okay, cool. Cool, cool. Thank you. Thank
Yeah,
you. I was
yeah.
I was worried about that actually.
Yeah, no problem. And just as a note about the world, like in all dragon marked houses, it says but there's a 50-50 shot of people getting a mark generally. So basically half of all of the employees under the name Canis or any other dragon marked house are unmarked. So you're more likely to rise if you have a mark, but if you don't have a mark, that just means you're Rowan Canis, not Rowan Pitt Canis.
Okay.
So you would have been marked then Rowan, Olivier, or sorry, sorry, could you
Her
remind me the last?
Martell. Olivier
Yeah,
was her adopted name.
yeah. So you would have been Rowan Martel Kenneth is what
Got
would
it.
have been wrote on the memorial. And
Cool.
now crossed out.
Thank you.
Cool. Yeah, name conventions are pain in the ass. No,
Totally not
it's
complicated at all.
yeah, totally not complicated at all. Very complicated, absolutely. Sweet. Okay, beautiful. Um, so we come in at that point. Orgrave had also said that the point of the night was, in his mind, was to hope that the suitors could prove that they have an understanding of the culture that they're entering into. And that is why he's held the Requiem and why he's had some events changed. So he said, I would like it if everybody could come forward and speak to their understanding of the culture and what the point of this remembrance is, and basically put forward an understanding of Syrian culture, as is what is trying to be displayed here at the Requiem, which is the whole point of it. So we can look forward to seeing some declarations, and the suitors are around. So you guys are more than welcome to go have little conversations and such. Ludwig, you were asked by Hadith, Goth Princess, to hang out with her at some point during this event. And yeah, and all of you are welcome to speak to the various suitors here. They would all be very available to speak to. And that
Well,
is, oh, yeah.
sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say that's where we pick up. So yeah, go right ahead.
Okay, let's. I guess I'll go first. Why not?
Sure. The court, as a reminder, Orgrave's inner court is present. Your attaches would be present. Um, there would be security present. There would be the suitors and their retinues present. So this whole thing is based on Orgrave and 6 suitors. There's maybe triple, if not quadruple, the amount of people that that entails around. But yes, Ludwig, please go right ahead.
It's not. Yes, it's not just us there, but okay. Um, I. Where would Ada Theodore Wynon be?
Hadith, as she was in the street, kind of on her own, and she seems to be looking at the memorial wall at the present.
I would finish my drink and go up to her and ask if there was anyone she was trying to find.
You go up. She says, um, no, I wasn't looking for anyone in particular. You know how we in Karnath feel, at least those of us with the blood of Vol, about all of that. But I do understand. I admire the
No,
resilience of the people of Siri, and I'm just taking them.
it's they've proven to be remarkably strong in times like these. In these times, I mean.
Yeah. Well, marriage is its own battlefield, I suppose. At least in Karnath, we know how to bury the dead properly.
Mm, fair enough. Speaking of Karnath, you asked me earlier if I could update you about the state of things over there.
Yes, you've been there before. We've been there recently.
Uh, Recently, yes. Well,
Do they still have skeletons in the closet?
that,
Both metaphorically and realistically?
they still. I can't say about it realistically in the closet, although it's fair to suspect. But given my travels, it seems as though everyone has their own fair share of skeletons in the closets.
Not like Karnath, it's practically storage.
Feels-
Hopefully, anyway. It's as I remember it and I've heard of it.
Well, the corned wood is still there. On wood is still there. The Scion sound still flows past Reckonmark, and I'm happy to say that Korth still stands as well.
It would be pretty significant if I had missed that Korth had fallen. I'm not entirely disconnected, but it is nice to hear from someone who was there recently.
And for more recent matters about the brother seems to be doing well outside of looking in.
My brother the king, you mean, I
Yeah,
assume?
King Caius the Third. Yes, he seems to be doing well enough, although there are whispers of some warlords not quite happy with how the war ended, of course.
Hmm. Still as cold and clammy as the grave, hopefully.
I haven't had a chance to speak with him, but reputation doesn't seem to dissuade me of that impression.
I read the paper they accused him of vampirism recently, didn't they?
Like they say many things they may say many silly things in the paper, but yes.
That is true. Well, I hope I get to see it again one day soon. But you've been there. You fought in the last war.
I did.
You have the scars to show it. She looks at where you surely have scars. One does not enter combat like that and doesn't exit without scars.
Hmm.
She kind of looks.
We all bear scars of some kind, I suppose.
How true. Yours are from war. Mine's are from politics.
Not sure. Not sure exactly which it was for. I jest.
It is nice to see someone who understands. You would, wouldn't you? You've been put into this diplomacy position, haven't you?
I've been thrown into it. Have you heard about the disaster upon the Golden Dragon?
Who has not? The paper went
Oh,
on about it for about 3 weeks thereafter, didn't it?
well,
Uh,
I and some of the others have been survivors on that.
hmm.
That's when the marks started appearing.
Yes, you were being hunted for in relationship to the event, weren't you?
And I was proven completely innocent of that.
She kind of has a sort of an impish grin. And kind of, what are you wearing, by the way?
I'm wearing like the outfit I got for I imagine like I'm wearing a more grayish outfit. I have. I suppose it goes with Sire colors, I think. I also and if not, I didn't have that outfit, I'd take the one I'd use from Zolo I bought from Zologo. That's not outwardly says Carnathy, you know?
Yeah, I got you. So you're wearing, I think you said red, right?
I suppose red.
Got it. Um, cool. She kind
I
of looks it over. She says, not black.
it's I picked this up in Zologo.
Well, hmm. She sort of smiles. She says, red. Hmm. It's a good color. I prefer black. Hides the bloodstains.
Well, true enough, but I've worn black enough in my life. I might as well try something different. So, how how you've how has the courts and roads been?
The Braylish are always bragging about their freedoms. It's cute, really. In Karnak, we rather prefer discipline there, don't we? After all, skeletons never talk back.
Well, well, they're not going to talk your head off with annoying conversations now, are they?
You get a genuine sort of chuckle out of her.
Mm.
She says, in all honesty, the Braylish court has been somewhat taxing. It's a very different world than Karnath. I much prefer Karnath. It's simpler.
I'll admit privately, I do miss my homeland.
You
There's no,
shouldn't say it privately. There's nothing wrong with having pride in your homeland. This isn't that what this is all about, after all?
I suppose so. Um, I, I just, I just, I just, go back to my, uh, yeah, there's this weird silence where he's trying to think of something to say.
She'll look on as you're kind of stumbling.
Um,
She'll say, the rumor is that your friend Cross has been speaking with the Cannith lady, the Cannith suitor lately. Isn't that true?
well, feels like, yeah, it's lady. Well, no, well, the other, it might be true. He's a good friend of Orgrev, and he has, she's considered one of the suitors. It
She is.
would be wise to speak with her as well. I'm sure might be speaking with the others. Same way, it might be wise of me to speak with you.
Hmm. So you are speaking to me on behalf of Orgrave.
Right now, I'm speaking to you on behalf. On behalf of you, someone who's missed their homeland, would you want me to speak with you on behalf of Orgrev?
No, we're speaking to a fellow Karnathi, someone who understands what home is like.
Do you just want to speak? Do you just want to speak like two Kanathis for tonight and save the rest for tomorrow and the days to come?
She thinks, she says, maybe a persuasion check, maybe a persuasion check. As you propose, letting formalities go a little bit.
23.
23. She looks at you. She thinks. She says, I think I haven't spoken to someone from home in many years. At least not outside of an official setting. King Boreal is very careful about who I speak to.
What's I won't ask you what one else like. That can be for later on. If you also don't wish to speak much, I can mimic one of our skeletons from up north and just remain silent for the evening.
She chuckled at that. Says, I'm not so soft that you need to tiptoe around my feelings. I've been, she thinks, she says, I've been a hostage for most of my adult life. Not, she again sort of like looks maybe towards your neck where maybe there's some scars from battle. She goes, I'm not unscarred, if you understand my meaning.
I'm sorry, Ryan. What did she say? I'm not unscarred.
She said, I'm not unscarred, if you understand.
Nice. I can understand that. I think I understand that. I do. It's the surprise of my life becoming Leo, getting this mark. To make my life completely upside down. I'll admit I didn't have much of a plan after the war. Never really thought it would end, or at least in my lifetime.
I mean, it must be nice to have choices, I suppose. That's why I'm here. Have some choice for the first time in my life. Choices that might actually be worth something. No one thinks much of the youngest daughter rather than who she gets to marry.
I'm not sure. Strangely enough, I'm not sure if I ever really felt like Leora felt like a choice. It felt like, and this is strange to say, but felt like almost a calling, something I needed to do. I'd be wasting an opportunity if I just went back to where I was.
I agree. I feel the same way. When I was sent to the King of Braeland's court,
Mm.
the only power I could wield was by influencing people around me, diplomacy. I have no other had no other strategies, had no other power than that. Was gaining some understanding of diplomacy. So I think we're similar in that way as well. Forced into the diplomatic world. Maybe we would have wished for something else. I can't say I dislike it terribly, though. It reminds me of home. They say diplomacy is about compromise. I prefer to think of it as embalming. Preserve what's useful and drain the rest.
It's only one way to think of it. I've heard, and I whispered this to her. I've read in a book somewhere someone described it as telling telling a fellow to go to hell in a manner in which he would they would ask you for directions.
And she chuckles at that too. Um, and I'll just say like the banter continues there as
There,
like go
there's
ahead.
one. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
one
yeah,
last thing
no,
I'd
please,
say.
please, please, please.
I know having to leave your home and your family and your friends has had to be a burden. I just has had to be a burden that that I don't understand. It's different from being, well, a soldier and officer and everything. I will say that you doing that has helped preserve, I think, has helped preserve peace in some small way between Karnath and Breland and the rest of Corvair. I think you doing that probably has had more impact than I did during the war. And although it may not have made you happy, I want to thank you for helping bring this small bit of peace about.
Hmm. You're nice. You're nice to say that. But it wasn't a decision I made. It wasn't a choice that I made. I made do with what I was given, just like you.
But you did it nonetheless, and from what I've heard, you've done it well.
It was
And
an absurd position to be put in, to be just put on display as a pawn. There wasn't, it was, at least, I'm sure it's, well, you're Karna.
yeah,
You're not a soft, brailish politician. So I can say that there was at least glory where you were on the battlefield. You're serving your country in a way that brought you out of it.
that's. I also whispered to her, between you and me, glory isn't always what it's made out to be.
No, it's not.
But I thank you for the compliments as well. And I would imagine Ryan, I'd continue to speak with her until it would no longer be like suspicious to do so or anything. Like you would pay attention to every guest, I guess. Is that what was,
Yeah, you maybe take your leave here and there, and I'll tell you what, maybe performance check to see if you know like the right time to leave and the right time to return, and uh, yeah,
Okay.
to give attention, but not suspiciously so. And I'll give you advantage. I think Hadith, who is a very savvy politician, would help you out in that regard and kind of
Okay.
say like, "Oh, we'll speak later," kind of thing.
22
22, yeah.
with advantage,
Um,
but yeah.
yeah, there were. I'll say like there's this kind of like you guys speak very well without words, where there's like just sort of that air in the conversation where it's like, oh, maybe we should pause. And you bid each other like a little farewell and you kind of wander off Ludwig. And then maybe at another point, half an hour later or something like that, you kind of meet eyes and return back to friendly conversation. And you guys kind of play the distance and the etiquette of the distance very well. Um, so yeah, you kind of hold this familiar conversation with Hadith, but do so without seeming too forward or inelegant in this public setting.
Okay.
Very good. Cool. Well done. Not easy to pull off. Uh, okay, why don't we zip around here? What about the other three? Do you guys have oh, Rowan's damn shot up. Well to hit you, Rowan. What's up?
So when last we left Rowan, she was by the memorial, and Elena was nearby. So uh, the prince had just said that she is responsible for the memorial, and Rowan wanted to go and convey her remarkable appreciation for a significant work.
Okay, you make your way down the line a little bit past some of these slates, and you receive a very finely, elegantly dressed in Carnathy styles. Um, yeah, Elena Corla de Kenneth. And like, I'm sure this must be a little bit odd, Rowan, because like you both fell under the Kenneth tree, but like if your people were on the lower deck, her people were in the officers' quarter, right? Like the Corla line was a big name in the Cannith line, right? Right up there with Zorlin and everybody. So, um, But yeah, you're Baron now, so maybe things have changed. But sure, maybe the Kenneth that you were is like, oh, let's talk to a Corla. And you approach, and every elegance is shown. She kind of gives you a little curtsy of hello. She goes, Baron, Baron Leora, pleasure to meet you.
Please forgive me if I am a little awestruck. I I've been inspired by your work. I have some small skill in artifice, but this is this is something. Um, it's strange to feel heartbroken and hopeful at the same time. So a lot of
Hmm.
times an architect doesn't get to hear how her work affects the people. So thank you.
I find that the best time to the foot. So I find the best time to make innovations is when things are broken. It's easier to build something new and there's, well,
Well, okay, but why fix something if it's not broken? You
of
know,
course.
there's
Well,
no need. It's when it's when there's a need that it's important, and it's certainly important now.
reinventing the wheel and everything, right? No point in
Exactly.
it.
Exactly.
Well, I'll tell you what, it wasn't exactly easy. Kenneth wasn't always there with the banking backing. So, well, building from scratch was a new challenge. This place was an abandoned military camp when we got here. I welcome the challenge.
Yeah, I think you're up to it. Clearly, clearly you're up to it.
You're kind to say so. I hope my perseverance has spoken for itself when it comes to the prince. I've been here longer than most other suitors.
What do you want to build? Like, so 100 years after you're dead, what do you want the history books to say about you and what you built?
She thinks, she says, Queen Ilena Earwinearm helped, with the help of her husband, build something from nothing, where there was a military camp. It was built into a somewhat prospering town, and then onward to make a place for other displaced people. It's up to the prince how he wishes to use the power of the name of Kenneth, but I think us dragon-marked houses have long overlooked the exorciates. You are new, at least to your own house, and Kenneth has certainly overlooked it. The 812 have certainly overlooked it. For those of us who have either been had our backs turned by our houses or we've turned our back on them, I don't see why the exorciates need to roam around alone. Imagine a Siri that is a home for people who don't have a place in the royal bloodline, marrying within the house, mega corporation way of the Dragonmarked houses. The Corthetics do not forbid somebody who possesses a mark to not be allowed to go somewhere. Maybe the Syrian people become a place of unity amongst the houses. Maybe the time of the Dragonmarked houses is residing.
You think maybe it's you think maybe it's time for the common man?
All I know is that you see, when I was young, I used to like to build models, and I had, well, he's gone now, but I had the most annoying little brother who would come into my room and smash all of my things I was building. And after a while, I stopped trying to see it as a problem and a creative challenge and built new things from what was broken. Siri has been broken and can be built into something new. So I say, why not build Siri into a place where Syrians all possess different marks, where it's not about this or that, and Canets versus Kandarics or whatever, where everyone has a mark, maybe. Why not? But I leave that to Prince Orgrave to decide. I'm simply excited to have the challenge to build something from nothing. I think we have a lot to gain from one another. I will admit there is a certain selfishness in it. I come from a family that once had very high hopes. I myself thought myself to perhaps be the Baron one day, but then, well, the war had other decisions and my family was wiped out. So I'll admit there is a selfish factor of wanting to have what I lost, just like every other Siren. But I think that there is something magnificent to be gained in such a unity. What do you say?
I think the war lasted a really, really long time. I think there are a lot of people from all over that are displaced. I think there should be a home that welcomes all of those displaced people, not as someone from outside, but as someone can go there and it can be their home. And that there's equal opportunity for them based on what they are willing to do for the community.
Hmm.
I think those things line up with each other pretty well. It would be nice to see what a peacetime economy could do. Wars happen, like they're going to break out. But there is, I think, a lot of economic opportunity. There's a there's a lot of meat being left on the bone because people only have eyes for the next fight. I think Kenneth, not that I have any business speaking for Kenneth, but if I did,
Nonsense. You were cannons.
did its best work creating the lightning rail, right? Because for what everyone does, in the airships, for what everyone does, for all of their talents, the things that enable their talent, Kenneth built them. Kenneth built them. But what what could we be doing if we hadn't stopped at war and machines of war because that was so profitable? Like, what if there was something that was more profitable, but we just didn't get to look at it because the other stuff was making so much money?
I would challenge that the war did that the war, while it did force us to make weapons, and wars are bad, obviously, it did challenge us to reach higher and farther. The lightning rail is a wonderful invention of transportation, but I mean, and she sort of like looks in the direction of Cross and um, Rose and says, "You can't tell me the Warforged aren't a marvel of creation."
We have the godlike ability to create life. There is a responsibility that comes with that. And I say this so gently and so respectfully and so not at all officially. But I don't know that I think everybody who's borne the Cannith name in history has borne it well.
Oh, of course. If you want to talk about the politics and morality around it, well, we could speak here for hours and hours. But if we're purely talking about the skill of invention,
It's breathtaking.
using artificer technology and a dragon mark to produce life, especially on the scale that we were doing it during the war. I mean, morality speaking, the Treaty of Thronehold forbade such power to be utilized, which I'm sure is for the best. I don't think it makes sense that a Kenneth, especially, or a dragon marked house, or really anybody should have the power to create life unnaturally. But there's no denying the magnificence of it, the accolade and achievement of it.
No, no.
No. Make no mistake, I don't hate everything about Kenneth, but I think we both agree. Well, they bicker like children right now. Whatever happens with the Court Edict, and rumor is House Leora is no friend of the Court Edict, but whatever happens with them, at least we can be happy to know the Treaty of Thronehold forbids the creation of Warforged, and not the Court Edicts. So, that magnificent power that we're capable of will remain in the hands of the gods.
That doesn't mean we can't do other things. We can do a lot of other things.
I agree completely. And like you say, a peacetime economy, who's to say, especially with the troubles that the Syrians are in and how they require genius, both politically and economically, and certainly through skilled hands. Who's to say that the peacetime economy doesn't have its own challenges and that greatness can be achieved by builders as well?
I feel like we're going to get along.
Always a Kenneth at heart. You can take the Kenneth girl and put her in Leora, but she's still an artificer.
My fingers itch if I don't do
We're
things.
built that way. We've been bred for hundreds and hundreds of years to be builders and fixers. It's in the blood. I believe, rumor is, you still have your Kenneth mark despite Leora. Is that true?
So she's wearing that green dress that comes down low, and you can see it's over her heart.
Oh, never mind then. So she'll just acknowledge it. She'll say, and it seems, excuse me for looking, but you do have your Kenneth mark regardless. So Leora blood, but Kenneth blood in one person. I'm, if I hope you won't mind, and I'll say this quietly so as not to be too provocative, a true fascination. I'm sure Jorosko's been all over you to figure out how two marks can exist in one person.
There have been. Would you like to read the report? I've got it. It's endlessly fascinating. I got to tell you,
I'm sure Jorosko analysis of
it's
dragon mark
dry.
biology will go a
It's
little over my head.
it's all the biochemistry. It's very dry. They don't they don't feel like they could reproduce it in a tube. Like they don't feel like they can sell it. And there's weird stuff about it, but it's a real dragon mark, and it's really a stable thing, and it's playing nice with the other one. It doesn't seem to interact with it or overtake it. Like they seem to play nice.
Why don't you come by my workshop tomorrow? It's not much. I'm shuffled in with all of the other dragon marked houses, but, well, I have something I'm working on. You could always take a peek. Bring your friends if you want.
I would love that.
Magnificent. Magnificent. Well, when you report back to Orgrave, tell them what I've told them plenty of times already, that there is plenty of opportunity to be had in reclaiming Mournland facilities. Just because they're there doesn't mean they can't be moved out of the Mournlands, and that we can't use some old Kenneth power that got lost in Siri to spruce up the place.
It's his. My
Exactly.
birthright. It's like we shouldn't even be had like it's literally his. In fact, anybody who's taking it is literally stealing from him. I realize we'll never make that work in a court of law, but It
And
is not
yet, it
untrue.
doesn't stop people from going into the Moorlands and taking what they want.
Yeah, well, maybe
Siri
we
doesn't
should.
exactly have the power to uphold that. Nobody's exactly jumping at the chance to help.
No, ab we should absolutely be taking advantage of that. All right, I gotta go mingle.
As do I. Um, Now that we've had two people, I'm going to just do a little roll of the dice here, and we're going to see who is talking to Orgrave right now, in case anybody wants to know. Um, let's see here. Let's see here. Um, 1, 2, 3, 5. Okay, which is okay. As these conversations have been taking place, uh, they've already talked. Okay. I'm gonna say, oh fuck this name, Talalara, the
Lady
on
Salalara.
Lady Talalara, the envoy of the inspired people. She is currently speaking with Orgrave. If anyone wanted to go get a finger on the heartbeat there, at any point, but for the time being, that is kind of who Orgrave is speaking to as Rowan and Ludwig have these conversations. Um, yeah. Um, who wants to hang on a second?
If it matters, the next person Rowan would like to talk to is uh the warlord, Sienna.
Ah, yes, yes.
And I don't have to do that now. I'm just saying that
Yeah, you can line it up.
that is
No problem.
what she would want to do if it matters
Sure,
to
absolutely.
anyone.
Well, let's wheel around to Lois or Cross. Do you guys have anyone you would like to speak to? The court is available as well.
Go
Um,
right ahead, Cross.
um,
This is my opportunity to spend time as the fly on the wall. I got nobody that I need to talk to.
Fair enough.
actually, I do remember what I need to do. I need to talk to Lois. Actually,
All
you
right.
don't get to hide away.
Call my eyes on you. All right, Lois. One of the dances comes to an end. There's a polite applause, and yeah, Cross, you approach the two love-struck gnomes.
Be right back.
Yeah, no problem.
Sana, I require your aid with a matter.
How can I how can I help?
The changeling vestige.
Mm-hmm.
Prince Orgia wishes to know just well, how much truth there is to what she does.
Well, I'm happy to have a discussion. I mean, if it's more in line with, and she'll gesture towards the Rygerian that the prince is currently talking to, as opposed to more standard arcanum. I don't know how useful I'll be, but I can at least get an idea if it's metaphysical or if it's divination related, uh, for certainty, or if it's you know smoke and mirror cold reading, but it seems a little too on point to be that necessarily. But they could be very well prepared. but I'm happy to look into it.
Please do. Very often the let's say worst aspects of any of these suitor proposals, well, the suitors themselves won't divulge it, so we must look to it them ourselves.
Fair enough. I will make an introduction and see if I can get some questions answered.
Thank you very much. I believe that Vestige plans to be. Was it Vestige who was going around the refugee camp tomorrow, or was it
Yeah.
someone else? Okay, I believe Vestige plans to make the rounds of the refugee camp tomorrow. I think
Wow,
it'd be a good
that's
opportunity to see her work in action.
that is a excellent plan because I was planning on doing something very similar tomorrow myself. I need to pick somebody from that camp to serve as a factor for a non-for-profit that I'm putting together.
Well, I'd ask for more details, but I'm currently in full work mode and don't have.
The short version is that I'm planning on bringing some farming implements and some construction materials from Breland to here as a to be held as a non-for-profit on behalf of House Leora for the new Syrian refugees. Yeah, some horses and plows to be able to break ground, uh, you know, carpenter's tools, some raw lumber because clearly that would be a benefit and reasonably good PR.
As you were talking, there was kind of a it's like shift in Cross's demeanor, and you see the mist kind of intensify, and Cross will just sort of almost crouch down to your level and just say, "More than anything right now, Loisana." And then Cross will actually then look around, sh shift back up, and just loudly declare, "At this present time, nothing would satisfy me more, would give me greater pleasure than to see everyone in this ceremony burn. That you would all die in great pain and suffering, as you are all deserving of such a fate."
Uh, the attention of the entire crowd kind of turns to Cross with uh, shock and curiosity. It's a bit of like, oh, really? A little unrest in the crowd. Um, um, I will say in the greatest sort, like you'll notice, and then passive insights, Lois and Rowan.
Passive insight to 14.
Rowan,
13.
13. There's a real like mixed result of reactions in the crowd. A lot of some people kind of like, oh, that was, and kind of like chill out and kind of like go back into their conversations, like pretending that didn't happen, but surely speaking of it quietly thereafter. There wasn't grand outrage as you might have expected. There people kind of just
I have more. Keep going.
sorry.
I have more. Keep going.
Uh if you feel like
Yeah,
you would like
Cross.
to.
Yeah. Cross will like direct his hand towards like the where all the names are. This memorial is an insult to all of the Warforged who died. You don't even take the time to remember half of their names. They're barely included. In many, there are simply just their serial numbers. You remember the innocents who fell, but when it comes to those who fought and died for all of you, there is nothing, not even lip service.
As Cross stands in the middle of the event, and yeah, Rowan, all eyes are on Cross's. He's making a very uh, big, yeah, uh, announcement of way of feeling.
Rowan will step forward
Yeah.
and say, I don't love that you're doing it here, but you're not wrong. And I've noticed it. I've also noticed the conventions that we use to connect with each other, right? The Warforged don't eat. Why do we have meetings with Warforged? Eating things. Why can't we take a walk or do something else, right? We talk about their living, right? They're citizens. But in no way have they been accommodated. They're not even acknowledged as being Sirens. But how are they not? A wrong has been done here. And it should be addressed. And
Uh, Go ahead.
for whatever way I have been insensitive, Ambassador, I am sorry.
Rose is going to step forward. Um, and she is going to say, I think she'll look at you, Cross. And she will say, you are not Siren. I am not Siren. The Warforged are not Siren. Is this not what you have told me recently, how you feel? Do you not share the way that I and many Warforged feel? We are a displaced people, but we are not Siren. For we come from the forges of many lands. Are you Siren, Cross de Leora?
Of course I'm not. But even if we're not Siren, we still fought and died for these people. Our names deserve to be on that memorial. My name should be on that memorial. And it's not. I had to put it there myself.
She will say, you are not dead. And you are not Siren. But you want to be memorialized by the Siren people. You would condemn them because they have not memorialized you, and you don't even identify as one.
I don't have any memories of the war, Rose. I lost it all in the morning. The person, the warforged I was during that war died. And I am simply what's left. The warforged died, and the war deserves to be remembered because I cannot.
I would
Surely
agree.
someone here remembers them, and there must have been other warforged who fought, who were remembered and lost and mourned. and there is nothing.
You hear from the crowd, I remember, and you're going to see Prince Orgrave step forward. And he is going to say, these are not simple issues. I'm sure we can all agree upon this. I have been told that there are many Warforged in the world who do not believe that they are Siren. You are one of them, Frost. But I do acknowledge that the Siren people have much to thank the Warforged. But some may be angered to be included here, to think that they are being assimilated into our identity. I have done what I have thought is best, but I have you here, Cross, my own ambassador, out of respect for that. I have invited Rose as a suitor, consider her as a suitor, similarly, because I have great respect for you and great respect for your people. But it's not for me, it's not for any, I don't know what to call us, humanity. It is not for humanity to decide the Warforged's fate, wouldn't you say? Is it not for the Warforged to? And Rose will turn to you, Cross, and say, you feel very strongly for the Warforged people. What have you done to memorialize them? Strong enough to say that all Sirens should burn? For the insult of not having included you all, we all, from your memorials. So what have you done?
I have the names of those who were forged alongside me. I don't even know their names. I only have their serial numbers. I don't know if they're alive or dead, but I am trying.
And perhaps that's exactly the point. Equally and well spoken by all is that whoever we are, we have frailties. We make mistakes. We assume things that should not be assumed. We all share hubris to one degree or another and step over that which should not be stepped. By the same token, we can all strive to be a better person, whether it's human, elf, warforged, it doesn't matter. We have the opportunity to become our better angels. And this place of remembrance serves as a starting point for being able to move forward. So you are absolutely right, Cross, as are you, Rowan, as are you, our dear prince and host. And Rose. This is a journey, not a destination. We have the opportunity to do something to amend this wound. And we shall. But it will take time and it will take effort on all of our behalfs. Thank you.
There is a I'm gonna tell you what. These are all elegant speeches. Let's bring it down some rolls. Cross, give me a what charisma roll would you say is most apt? Would you say it's intimidation, perhaps, as you're kind of accusing a little
Yeah,
bit?
I would
Yeah.
say intimidation, which is
All
not my
right.
best one, but let's do this.
Give me an intimidation. Lois, yours is certainly persuasive. I don't think there's any debate in that. Go ahead and make the persuasion check. These are sort of
Uh,
orations as well. I'll always give performance as a side option.
I'm going to use my second uh, divinatory
Yeah,
precognition, and that'll be a 19.
beauty. Okay, so I got a 19. I'll tell you
25
what.
for
Fuck.
Cross.
Okay, nice. So 19 for Lois, 25 for Cross. I was gonna say Cross. I was gonna give you advantage because Rowan kind of came in and backed you up.
Mm.
She kind of came in and kind of
I can crit fish.
sort of. You could crypt fish if you'd like,
Yeah.
because what Rowan said wasn't like a new angle, but more of an affirmation of the failings of humanity.
Rowan was trying to do something a little. I mean, she did have her own thing that she
Well,
was
you
trying to do
basically
there.
came in and said, "You're right. We shouldn't do this to be more sensitive to Warforge." My apologies was generally the thesis of what you said, yes?
She was trying to soften what he said and take it away from the memorial and put it like she was trying to take the temperature down.
That's
If that makes
fair.
sense.
That's fair. Okay.
Do you see what I'm
Let me come
saying? Like
back
I
to you
didn't.
then,
All right, thank you.
because yeah, let me come back to you because I think I'm gonna ask you for something a little more unique from you because I see
I'm
what you're saying and I agree.
yeah. I'm sorry. She really wasn't trying to
No, no,
help
no, no.
him per
This is, I
se.
mean, this
Sorry.
is a
Like I
political game. No, don't apologize. Like this is the combat of the game. So absolutely, let's play it. Let's play it right. And I agree with you. I feel that's exact. I felt exactly what you were doing. Okay, let me get some rules for Orgrave and for Rose going. Um,
I I'll stay out of this, I guess, because I was out from the
yeah, you didn't
conversation.
didn't say anything. Yeah,
Plus,
Rose
not my place.
unfortunately didn't roll terribly good. So she's certainly not going to be the most persuasive person on stage today. That's cocked. Jesus, NPCs. Fuck me. Hey, in fairness, they're decent rules to the commoners, but it's hard to measure up to the House of Diplomacy. Um, okay. Um, so here's what I'm gonna say, Ron. I want you, because you're trying to soften the blow. This is a little, this is gonna be pretty unique. Give me a minute. Give me a moment with it. You know what? I'm gonna say this is gonna be attempted. Okay, just maybe the persuasion check. Maybe the persuasion check to see if you could soften Cross's words.
Can I give her advantage or
You didn't do anything, I'm afraid,
all
so
right?
we're gonna
Never mind.
just give me the persuasion check, Ron. Or performance, either one. Whichever one.
I will be using my inspiration now,
Okay.
and that dice is going into a different pile. Oh yes, that is much better. Okay, so 18 plus 6. That is 24.
Okay. 24 is lower than what Cross got, but it is pretty close. So what I'm gonna do here, you're like one behind him. So what I was gonna say was that like if you beat him, I was gonna let you roll depending on the margin of how well you beat him. I was gonna give you a dice to essentially like roll and potentially subtract from his total to kind of make his argument less intense. Unfortunately, Cross rolled incredibly well. So, but you rolled pretty damn good too. So I want to give you something. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna let you reduce what Cross has said, but I will give you the inverse. Um, Give me a D4 and we'll add it to Lois's roll. who kind of came in and was the surmising sort of peace-bringing factor, I feel like, of the whole interaction. We'll do it that way. Kind of making it up on the three. Okay. So we're gonna pop up Lois to um a roll of three, so 22. Okay, question for you, Lois. Your portent dice, was it a 19?
With a 19 on the die.
Okay, so you get to add your modifier on top of it.
I have no charisma modifier.
Ah, got it. Okay.
Loa
I
has no charisma.
understood. I was
None.
gonna
Okay, can
say
I can I
common.
can I
Yeah.
rules lawyer just at least let me put it on the board. Because she is an intelligence-based caster and because her Leora stuff is done through intelligence, could she have used her intelligence for this? Because she's been sitting back this entire time and watching, like that's what she's done, has been watching the whole thing. Would you allow her to add her intelligence?
This is about influence and persuading. This is about
I tried.
oration and
Okay.
talking. I appreciate the try. Intelligence and charisma very rarely overlap, I feel like, especially in oration. Sorry to say. Still very good. So here's what I'm going to say. While Cross's words have been very, uh, demeaning and very powerful, they're what's going to hang hard in the night here. But I will say Rose and Prince Orgrave do sort of raise a glass to you, Lois, kind of put their weight behind you, and they say, "Here, here," so to speak. And Orgrave will say, "It has been 4 years since the morning. This is not much time. Not much time for the Syrian people to rebuild. It has been 2 years since the Warforged people were legally named citizens, which is not a lot of time to find an identity, especially when one never existed before. I give great merit to the oration of Loisana and all of House Leora. Let us focus on the journey to healing and repair of both peoples. It will take time, and yet it has not been much time. And there will be like there's sort of like a on the level, like, oh, cheers, here's to peace and everybody getting along from everybody. But like you feel the air of like it band-aided the moment. So the short term, a band-aid was placed over the outburst, but Cross's words still hang heavy and quietly over the entire event.
Lois, as that moment is kind of crystallized and moved past, is just going to reach over and touch Cross's arm and say, "The memorial should be at the Thronehold, don't you think?"
Cross will kind of look down and sigh. I don't know if a true memorial is even possible.
Well,
Uh, I don't
we
even know if
we found what we could find out about you and your origin, and more of that information is out there somewhere. And if not us, who?
I'm not so sure. When I mentioned, well, I spoke with Ilona and mentioned that I was made in the Genesis Forge. She didn't even realize that the forge had been used to make standard units at all. It wasn't intended.
Well, we can but do our best. And if the information is out there and it's findable, we'll find it. Because we'll have access. We'll have access that other people won't.
You see kind of like Cross's like mist kind of like start to actually like calm down a bit, and then it'll almost kind of drift down like I don't know, more like a waterfall. And I'll kind of just say, "Thank you, Lois. It's the first time I've seen anyone as invested as I am in digging up the past and, well, finding me."
You're very welcome, Cross.
Um, I'm gonna say, while Lois, you're having this conversation with Cross, as far as the retinues go, we'll say Ludwig in real life was off in the bathroom and came back, and there's this whole like social standoff going on. You're like, what the fuck? But as far as like, I think especially you, Rowan, because Cross and Lois are having this sort of calming thing. The various members of the retinues of House Leora, um, are their eyes are like shooting amongst each other and are finding their way over to the Baron. A little bit of a look of like it's just a very quiet, very nonchalant. What should be you're muted if you're talking, bro.
She would have essentially given like a, yeah, close ranks, get him out of here. This is not a.
Um, yeah. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, ranks are closed. I think as Lois finishes that, um, various members of the retinues of House Leora, the more loyal ones. Shell doesn't do anything. Um, he's maybe a little surprised by the moment, but he doesn't do anything. He's got your back crossed. But um, maybe Violin, maybe the Siren Noble, formerly known as Mr. Shadow, sort of like kind of begin to make their way like very casually towards the lowest cross conversation. And Violin's like, he goes, Lois, Cross, maybe we should take some air over. I've been wanting to see the Enclave. Maybe we should go over this way. And the Nobel goes, I think that would be a marvelous idea. If we, what do you two say? Right this way, Viscount. Right this way. Um, I think your
Agreed.
defender Lois similar. He'd be like, yeah, I should better come. I better come. Let's go. A little bit like herding a group a little bit. You're kind of wrapped up into the herding a little bit. How do you two react? Do you guys go with the group?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm, I'm gonna just lean over to Todrick. What the fuck did I miss?
Well, he looks over you and goes, well, Cross uh basically said he wished everybody here would burn and die, and that all Syrian people are scum and should have recognized the War-Forged people as Syrians in the memorials, and that how do I do? He looks over at Soren. Soren goes like, no, that's pretty much it. He goes, then the Prince and Rose all came out and were contesting him, and Lois put a pretty good band-aid down. Rowan said some things about how we should be better than Warforged, and now they're being corralled out of the Memorial Row. Actually,
You're not fucking with me, are you, Todrick?
you
That
saw
happened?
the last half of it. I don't.
Oh my lord. Um, I'll. Is Rowan still here,
Mhm.
or did she leave?
No, Rowan's still here.
I'll
Absolutely,
go.
Rowan's still here.
I'm going to go over to Rowan for a moment.
Mhm.
I go
Yep.
for the Rowan. What the fuck was that?
You need to calm down. Nothing's going
I
on.
I ask.
Calm down.
Mhm.
There's nothing that you can do. There's nothing you can do to change anything. So you're going to breathe and you're going to do the job. You're going to do the job that you were supposed to do the entire time. You're going to go talk to people. And when it's
I don't know.
appropriate, we will leave and then we will speak to them. But you are not going to make a bigger scene than already been made.
I will make small talk.
It is very, very big talk, Ludwig. I promise you that. Go be charming.
All right. And I'll go be charming, Ryan. I'll try going put on a happy face and try and do PR damage control
All right.
and
Is
talk about
there,
anything
yeah.
other than what happened.
Is this just kind of like you find the biggest group of disquieted people, let's call it, and try and smooth things over? Like what's the tactic,
It's like
Ludwig?
walking the crowd, try to move things off of that, get people's thighs off of that. Not making a scene, but it feels like, well,
I
how
know.
you
I
doing?
got you.
But give people things to talk about other than that. That there's an get rid of the uncomfortable silence.
Yeah.
And
Give an explanation to. Yeah, I know what you mean. Just kind of like,
nothing like a PR statement, but it's like
yeah,
nothing officially from House Studio. Just trying to like,
blow it
hey,
off, move
how's yeah,
on. Yeah,
a
yeah.
little bit, somewhat like that.
Yeah, why don't you give me let's give me a check. Let's I'm gonna make it a little skill challenge for you, Ludwig, because this was you know this is something. Give me an insight check.
Okay, insights.
Yep, start with an insight check to see like if you can find the people you gotta hit the best.
21.
21, very good. Okay, yeah, we'll consider that a success. Give me let's call it a persuasion check just to kind of like skillfully verbally move the conversation along in a way.
Okay, persuasion. Let's start there. 16, but I'm gonna add a commander's presence to that, so 1d8s.
Got it.
Okay, for an 18.
18, okay. Um, I'll give you a last roll. What could be the last roll?
Was that failure on the last check?
This was a pretty big stunt.
Well,
I'm gonna say you're 50-50 right now.
okay, well if my
Yeah.
that persuasion check was a failure, technically a failure, I can use tactical mind,
Okay.
use a second win instead of I add the 1d10 to the ability check.
All right, roll me a 1d10. Roll
I'll
a 2 or higher.
okay. +9, so that would be the 27.
27. Okay, I was gonna give you a third roll, but it was a 2 out of 3, so you succeed no matter what. I was struggling to figure out what the third is. So yeah, Ludwig, you go in and with great poise and skill, you go in, and some people are like how ridiculous, what a ridiculous thing. Like, did you hear
I
what he had to say? And then you're
I
kind
start
of
handing out drinks and everything. How you doing?
yeah, you're handing out drinks, and then can you like what? We did not know the ambassador held such anger to, and you're like, oh, these things, no, I didn't know that four forge could get drunk, and everyone kind of, oh, that's very funny, and they kind of chuckle. And you're very good at like steering and distracting from what just happened, and
I,
yeah, you start smoothing things out a little bit.
yeah, I say complimentary things about Sire, maybe a few Carnathy jokes,
Yeah,
perhaps at my expense, maybe
you
my own
don't
expense.
yeah, you don't ignore what happened, but you kind of blow off what happened in order to steer it away. It's a very good conversational misdirection, if you will. And uh, you certainly damage control. Like nobody's forgetting what happened. It's going to be talked about, but it's certainly not going to. You're able to move the event past it, which is very good. Um, Incredible. What? So Lois and Cross are being sort of shepherded off. Rowan, what are you doing? You just kind of watching the scene play out,
Um,
just kind of hanging out.
all right, so I think the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to discreetly have Lena go to Orgrave's defender because I've marked that it is a Denise defender
Hmm.
and respectfully request to move our meeting up tonight afterwards, maybe an hour later.
With Thorgriff?
Yeah, because
Okay,
he had
sure.
wanted to see me in the morning, but under the circumstances, I would rather like I understand how he probably wants an hour afterwards, but Like
So
he's probably
you
going to want some
just
time. I would like to see him tonight if it's possible.
oh, you want to got it. Okay. Yeah, you send off Lena. Um she goes and makes the request. Um it doesn't take long for it to find its way to Orgrave's ear and then back to the defender, then back to your defender, then back to you. After like 5 to 10 minutes. And in the meantime, you watch Ludwig with great skill move the mood of the pretty much the entire event in the right direction. And by the time that your defender gets back, it seems that the moment is past amongst the crowd. It's certainly something they'll be whispering about tomorrow or after the event, but for now, things have moved in a more polite direction. And yeah, you get back. Yes, absolutely. From Orgrave, um, I think as Cross is left, and at this about this point, Rose will come forward because all of them were asked to like make a statement, and she will come forward and say, as like the music is sort of swelling, Rose will come forward and say, I've heard the music of your musicians before. It was played in Metro the day that Princess Maria gave me my name of Rose. You may not all know this, but I was a supposed lady in waiting for one of the nobility of Karnath. We are called Warforged, but we are not all built for war, such as myself. As it's been clearly demonstrated today, the Warforged struggle. We struggle for recognition. We struggle for land. We struggle for identity. Some of us are angry. Some of us are lost. And I think I could easily say that the Syrian people feel the same. I envision a world where the Syrian people and the Warforge can build together. As it was demonstrated here tonight, there are perhaps many Warforged who might see their identity built upon the Syrian people. For most of us were built in Syria, and most of us feel a kinship with the people there, feel a patriotism for who we fought and defended, and would feel proud to rebuild side by side with our creators, by those who asked us be built, by the Syrians. I have great hope through innovation, through the Warforge's ability to survive the Mournland, that perhaps the glory that is being shown beautifully in the sky tonight can be rebuilt. It is my hope and my dream that the Warforged can build their identity side by side with humanity. I miss my home, just as the Sirens do, just as many Warforged do. I would be excited to see our future together. And a very polite applaud would come over as Rose does her best to take the moment and turn it into something prosperous. Um, and this one goes over very well for Rose. She rolls very good actually on this particular one. And due to the help of Ludwig, I'd say kind of again, sort of just ignoring or glossing over whatever it is isn't going to make it go away. So she kind of takes it and turns it into something better, much like Ludwig is doing, much like Rowan did. And it gives a positive spin on it. And people sort of applaud Rose and Orgrave does as well. And maybe he's seeing a new side to the Warforged that requires some sight.
I give her a toast.
Yep, toast it. Many toast Rose as well in her eloquence. She curtsies with great eloquence of someone who has spent time among robles, or excuse me, spent time among royals, and we'll return to the side. Uh, in the meantime, um, Lois and Cross and friends are sort of shepherded sort of out of the lantern lights of Memorial Row and kind of into the streets outside of the event. Um, let's see. Um, I think there's just kind of a little bit of an awkward silence falls over as you guys are all kind of walking quietly. And I think Mr. Shadow will, as usual, be the one to kind of speak out and goes, I think everybody's in on who Mr. Shadow is in the Red News. He turns back into himself and he goes, so Cross, big statements, big proclamations, I'd say, huh? Really, I guess we know which suitor you're supporting, huh?
Cross just kind of like holds his head and just says, I had this strange feeling that that was a good idea. Like a someone offered some great advice, and I just decided, let's follow it. Tell them what I
What?
really think.
Well, it sounds like someone casually suggested it, and you're bursting at the seams. That's all pent up in there, huh? Hey, we all need an outlet. We all need an outlet. You work very hard. Maybe you need an outlet. What a war force into, huh? How you blow off steam? No pun intended.
Um, that's not really something I've ever given much thought to.
Yeah, you see what happens when you bottle things up? You know, kind of spills over, right? Like an overfilled flagon of ale. Maybe we gotta get you some. I don't know, some weed or something. I don't know. Just what do you like? Swimming? We get you a swimming pool or something.
I'd rather not go in water.
Then forget no swimming pools. Fuck swimming pools. Swimming bullshit. Yeah, man, I'd say drinking, but you can't drink. And what do you think? What Warforged do to blow off steam?
It,
Now,
Crochet?
Congratulations, you have
I'd like to
you
point
have
out two things.
Yeah,
One is the Steam thing is a horrible, horrible pun at Cross's expense.
it is. And
And two,
yep,
as bland as that party was, it was necessary to add a little spice so it will be remembered.
I guess so. I mean, if you need spice, I mean, I guess that's fair. I guess that's one way to get it. That's very fair. Hey,
Warforged haven't we we're still figuring it out, Shadow.
look, I'm working. I'm I'll follow your lead. Hey, you want me to have a bout about changelings, man? Like, you let me know. I love being the party crasher. So, but
This seems to be the day of my sudden burst of honesty. I despise the changeling. Her, well, I would call it a insult to the fallen. The impersonation of loved ones lost is insulting to me.
mm,
And I'll do everything in my power to prevent that particular marriage.
well, that's yeah, it's an opinion to have.
I'm sorry, Shadow. Your manner of shape changing, well, you're not impersonating the dead, are you?
I admittedly don't know. I mean, I don't keep up with the people I change into.
Well, the point being, they're usually people you make up. They are characters, costumes that you like to wear for events. The last
Yeah,
one you seem to like a lot.
yeah.
But what Vestige does is take the forms of those that have died and wield them like weapons to manipulate the emotions of those who are vulnerable. It is painful to watch Prince Orgev's normally quite sharp mind wither when Vestige speaks to him in the guise of his late wife.
I mean, don't we all want some closure? I mean, I don't know. I guess we got to figure out if this is a manipulative person or if they genuinely are right. I mean, they can't be. Maybe they're
That's
nice.
that's my task. I'll get to the bottom of it.
Right. Cool.
Even if it was legitimate, still being used to grasp at power in the end, is it not?
Are we all grasping for power here? Every suitor and every one of us.
Maybe yes, maybe no. Uh,
Yeah, I'm just thinking of the hypocrisy of people
oh,
that
there,
they remember
absolutely.
Lois, all of the concerns and worries that we would wield our mark to nefarious ends. And then here this vestige comes along, wielding her own power for manipulative ends, and everyone is leaping to their defense.
I absolutely have zero zero argument with that statement. But much like our position, there are two choices, and I think wisdom may be well served with trust but verify. And that is now my tasking, is to get an understanding of how they do what it is that they do and to what end. Now, it may be that it is all terribly benign and the bid for power and connection is just that. It's not like any of the other pairings and matches in this particular thing, whether it's to thumb your nose at House Civis, gain power or wealth or influence. There is a mix of that, and we all bring different tools to that table. I can't fault someone for bringing wealth to this sort of courting season or political power and acumen. Why would I have a problem with somebody bringing that tool set, providing it's not wielded with a malicious nature?
The outlook. More than anything, though, I just find it distasteful.
Oh, and many would, not all. And I'll get an opportunity, hopefully, on the morrow to see how they interact with some of the other refugees. Uh, I would imagine they'll be presenting a myriad of different faces for, as was well pointed out, some people are looking for closure. Now, the prince may have a need for closure, but the way that this is being put together, the nature of union would indicate non-closure. But perhaps there's a there's a background that says this is this is how you heal those sorts of wounds, is you give them an opportunity to have those last conversations, to say those goodbyes, to unburden the survivor's heart in some manner that lets them draw draw that ribbon to closed. Um, but those same individuals could be you know, salting the same wound to get a an in. Uh, until we understand motive, we're just left with means and opportunity, and motive matters.
Well, which is one thing, but if someone is able to, at any time, provide a conversation with their lost loved one, it will cease to be closure. It will simply be a never-ending extension of the same loss.
And that is a very legitimate worry and concern. Uh, and that goes, as I said, that goes to motive.
Mm.
If the changeling community has had this, to coin a phrase, spirit speaking, as as a part of their culture, they may have a an idea about how that gets used. Um, I don't know,
Mm.
but we're going to have an opportunity to find out.
I should really apologize, though. Evidently, I kind of looked to Shadow then. Seems I have revealed that well, deep down I harbor a great deal of rage and anger, and I have tried to prevent that from interfering with the work of Miura. My hurt and pain should not be a burden to the rest of the house, and I fear I've been compelled to break that. So I'm sorry for whatever consequences come after this.
No, you
And
don't need to apologize to me. I'm just here for the ride.
and Lois again will reach out and and touch Cross's arm and say, "Family is here to support one another through exactly these sorts of circumstances. When it is done right and with appropriate care, that's the job of family, is to help ease your burden. You clearly have some burden. I, as a member of your family, am happy to help and will continue to do so. Fret not. You are not a burden."
Yolan will speak and he'll say, "Yeah, you're what, a proper cousin, right?"
I was like, look at the two gnomes, just like a bit dumbfounded. You'll see the eye like flickering. You have made a loss. Um, mm.
That too is family.
Yolan will say as well, he says, "As long as we're all sharing here, I'm really new here, and I don't even know if it's my place to say anything, but I mean, coming from I'm sure Lois can relate, coming from a longer lived race, and I mean I just got back from Aranel, learning from the elves, they take everything in a matter of decades, right? I can't imagine what you're going through Cross as a Warforged, but and your race has only been around for a couple decades, but well, look, it's only been 2 years, you know? It's probably the most annoying possible advice to hear if I'm not sticking, if I shouldn't be sticking my foot in my mouth or anything, but give it a little patience. I think people are gonna come around. You just things take time, even if we'd like it to move a little faster.
Sadly, to me, 2 years is. So I'm just trying to do mental maths here.
No worries.
About half of my total memory. I'm
Exactly.
older than that, but I've not been, no, I've not lived this life for very long. So 2 years feels like half a lifetime.
And yet, I mean, nobody knows by the sounds of things how long Warforged live, but I mean, as long as you maintain yourself well, it seems to me like any machine or anything that functions with steel and bolts could possibly run for a very, very long time, right?
Also, look down at his like withered arm.
I mean, you're built to last. I mean, look at the blow you took. You're still standing.
Um, Truthfully, I don't know if I'm going to be the shortest lived of my kind or the longest.
Well, who could say?
Well, and well said, Violin. None of us do, Cross. Whether we're Warforged, gnome, human, we all we all have a termination date, and we all don't know when it is. And there are people and events out there willing to help us get there sooner rather than later.
The usually very quiet but battered and pretty messed up looking gnome who follows Lois around. So, let's say that again. If there's anything the last four taught us, it's that we've got expiration date. It can come tomorrow or in a week. Who knows?
So our objective needs to be a to put a plan into works that will see your goal, whether we're here or not, to make it happen. That is going to require organization, some wealth, and some influence. And to manage two out of those three, and we'll get the third in due course. We can handle the planning, we can handle the influence. We're a little light on the coin purse at the moment.
Yuan says, we're working on that. Kind of winks as his family's pretty flush.
Sadly, I think I may have, well, whatever aspirations I had for the Warforged, I think I ruined them not just at this event, but earlier today. Meeting with Rose was. I found all of my, well, anger and pain just rise to the surface. Despite everything, well, my experiences traveling around Corvair have left me a little jaded at times, feeling like the Warforged are more of a annoyance and frustration to the people of Corvair, and that re if they had the chance to redo the Treaty of Thronehold, they'd decommission us all.
Well, I think that that goes for every racially significantly undiverse place that are signatories. I'm certain that the Moorholds would be happy to de desentientize. I want to use the word dehumanize, but it's not the right word.
Mm.
Yeah.
Anybody who's not a dwarf. I know there are factions in Zill who would happily see anybody who's not a gnome be, you know, all of them the other. The Warforged, by nature of your new birth on Corvair and the new recognition without specific locality provides to provide sand in the gears for a lot of social constructs. And I'm not talking about Warforged bards.
I'll just
Oh,
toss in
come
there
on.
oh, go ahead.
That was a good joke.
I'll say Barbara, who's been following you around,
It was a
Ro's
pretty
your
good
big
joke.
sister. She'll say, I mean, maybe, yeah, like there's some people who, probably a lot of people who wouldn't like the Warforged, but that's why we should be thankful we don't live in a democracy, right? Could you imagine if normal people ran the government? That would be insane. It's a good thing we have you know, proper leadership, monarchs and triumvirate and such. Makes uh,
Cross is just kind of like pull his head.
what? What am I wrong?
I wouldn't say the leaders of the nations or even the houses necessarily care about the Warforged. And so Rose wants to bring the Warforged from the Warforged she leads from the Mournland into New Syria and try to build a future of unity there. But I've been out here longer than she has, even if she remembers the world as it was before the morning, and yet I have existed in outside of the Mournland after the war. And my opinion is that the only representation they'll have is myself and Rose. There's no one else here to fight for them, and no one else here to fight for their interests, their needs, and
Well, we can we can make that perhaps that is your corner of House Leora. And perhaps because of our influence and our oratory and whatnot, we have an opportunity to be a voice for those who do not have it. Whether they're Siren, whether they're the Warforged, the Changelings, there are a lot of people who don't have a voice.
I wanted to see the Warforged leave the Mournland one day, but it's too soon. I, alone, or even with Rose's aid, I struggle to envisage a way in which I change the very, well, change the minds of every leader and important noble in Corvair, to change the very culture of the political landscape, to even consider that the needs of Warforged need to be met.
Violan will say, because, and then, like it or not, it's worth remembering that, like, when you're out here and you're walking around, you're right. There aren't a ton of Warforged that have a voice, but you're in a very lucky position where Wargrave has given you a voice with your station. When you speak, you're speaking for Warforged. You're not just speaking for yourself. However angry you might feel about it, you gotta, I don't know, it might do to think about how other people think. Because when you speak, people don't hear Cross, they hear Warforged, right? It's the
And
same for way for me and Erendiel. They didn't hear Violan, they heard a Zalargo no.
that's really the problem. As things stand currently, the work isn't done. I would argue Corvair isn't ready for the Warforged to leave the Mournland and try to establish themselves a homeland of their own. I
Then
don't
what do
put
they need? To make that day come, what do they need?
need Corvair to care. And right now, I'll say Queen Aurelia has their own problems to worry about. I don't believe Karnaf cares. Zalago is insular,
Zalargo.
is insular. The Thring theocracy, I've never even been there, and yet I just have this feeling they don't have any interest in the Warforged either. I want time to, well, if I am seen as the sole representative of the Warforged, I need time to plead our case before I suddenly start aiding the creation of a homeland. The worst case is that the other nations will try to stomp it out quickly.
Well, perhaps there's opportunity to carve out a space. There's plenty of land that is not a sovereign signatory. Some of it may be a little hard scrabble to get, and there are other organizations that feel kind of strongly about where they're at, but that doesn't mean it can't be done. All of these nations carved out their little bit of space that way, and the whole war was about carving out space.
Right. Sorry guys, we've been at this for a little
Yeah,
bit.
yeah.
So I'm gonna bring us back. Sorry, I want to bring us back a little bit ago, but it's been very enthralling, interesting
Yeah.
conversation. But anyway, going back to the party, Ludwig, you've done very well to smooth things over. Rowan, you've made your appointment. Um, Before the next suitor says their bit, is there anything that you two wanted to do between now and then? Anyone you want to speak to? Anyone you want to do?
Like I'll check in with Rowan. Like, anything you plan to do? Silenced.
You're doing well. Do what you
Silenced.
do.
Yeah, I can't quite hear you.
Can you hear me?
There you go. You're
Yes.
good now.
Okay. Do what you've been doing. I'm watching.
I'll keep walking the crowd, try to calm things down
Do
then.
your thing.
I'll keep doing what I was doing before, Ryan, trying to get people off from what happened, you know?
Yeah, and that's been done. You've succeeded.
Hmm.
And you can keep
Talk
carousing.
to a suitor. Talk,
Okay.
if any of the suitors are
Okay.
left, you can make conversation.
Okay. Why not? I'll just give Rose some space. So let's try talking with you know what? Let's talk with Lady Talalara.
Sure.
Someone we haven't thought about at all yet so far.
Yeah, hasn't had a lot of attention. Absolutely. Okay. Yeah, you make your way over to the inspired envoy, who I think I'm realizing I kind of fucked up their appearance a little bit. I'm realizing more and more that Kalishtar and Inspired are two very different people. Just cousins is all. But anyway, in the meantime, you make your way over, and she will turn to you with elegance and poise, and she will smile, and she will say, Viceroy Deliora.
L Lady Talalara, good to meet you.
What is it that I could do for you?
Well, want to walk and talk?
Very well.
Talk. Ah, it was like, well, why walk and talk a little bit, and I get her some drinks, and I ask her, so, I've not been to Redra much. Tell me about your homeland.
She thinks very deliberately about what to say. She says, it is very different from here. Tremendously so. We are a unique people, a very spiritual people. Your people come from many different backgrounds of religions, whereas ours is very unified, and proudly so, and palpably so. Your world is it's an interesting one. It has a great deal of potential.
I see. I've heard it said. Ryan, what else do I know about psionics and Redra and like and like inspired Kalistrar? How much do I know about that previous, by the way?
Make me a
History?
history or arcana check, your choice.
Okay, history.
It's gonna be a pretty high DC. You don't have a lot of background with these things.
11.
Um, you know that there are like Kalishtar. You know the Kalishtar people. They're here and there around. They don't have a home. They're a similarly homelandless people, but they are around Corvair. They're a bit of an insular people. You know that they have similar magical talents to the people they inspired, but they're not. They have no nations. You're pretty sure they're related to the inspired in some way, but you don't know anything about Redra
Okay. Okay.
or the inspired for that matter. You're not sure really what the difference between the two races are.
Well, let's talk about that. I've heard of Lady Talalara. What I've heard of Ambassador, I've heard of these people around Corvair. They call themselves the Kalish Star. And from what I understand, they're similar to your people, the Inspired, I believe. Could you educate me on that?
They are cousins. We have a great deal in common, but a great deal of difference between us. There
Oh,
is there is much we share and there is much we do not. It would be, I think, unfair to say more of them. For I am not Kalishtar. I do not come from the cultures of Eberron's inspired, or excuse me, Eberron's Kalishtar. And I think it would be uncouth for me to lay claims upon their culture that I frankly don't know terribly much about.
okay. Inside check. When I talk about the Kalish Star, how does she feel about it?
Sure, big innocent check.
21.
21. She she's a little difficult to read. Everything you can tell everything she says is very poised and very deliberate. Um, as if she's like plan these conversations ahead of time, perhaps. Like she's clearly worthy of her role as a an ambassador. She's very much planned for everything. You can tell that there is a certain level of evasiveness, but that's not surprising. The lands of Rhaenyra are very mysterious to the people of Eberron, and you're not too surprised that she is being evasive about the information about her homeland. So there is definitely an evasion at play, and
All right.
there's a disciplined ambassador in front of you who
Okay.
is planned what she has to say.
Okay, I'm beginning to rehearse answers. What I know about the psionic powers.
No.
Okay, never mind.
You clearly know, as she has displayed, that they have power, that they have a power untapped by the world of Eberron
Well, what's that?
that
Well,
you don't
let's.
really have an explanation for. You don't know what to call it.
Well, okay, let's get to the brass tacks. Um, Ambassador, why, if I may be so bold to ask, why do you want to join New Sire and be Orgev's queen?
The people of New Siri are a struggling people. They require much. They require to be built up. They require identity. They require protection. They require really everything that they can get. And we of Redra have this. Is it so surprising that a nation might wish to join this marvelous puzzle that is Corvair? It is many nations. It is many sovereign nations indeed. And there is opportunity to be had in Corvair. Is it terribly surprising to find that the Reedora Empire might wish to become involved with Corvair? We would gain the Syrian people as allies, and the Syrian people would gain the Inspired as allies. We see value in them and what they were and what they can become.
How, how, so the way you would help them is through the help of Reedra and the aid of a foreign nation of Reedra, as well as whatever talents you and the inspired might possess.
You come from a military culture, if I'm not mistaken, yes? The lands of Karnath?
Yeah, I'll admit, yes, that's very much it. I very much am.
Could you perhaps explain to me the purpose of the last war?
That's a long story, but the shorts of it, gist of it is King Ger King Gerard was dying, and his essentially his children fought over who would be the successor, what states would be independent and what wouldn't.
So at the end of the day, it was a war of conquest. Each sovereign wished to claim Corvair as their own, yes?
That, that's what others would accuse the others of. They might not admit it to themselves.
Of course, each one believes themselves the rightful emperor or the rightful king and wished to make that stake possible, despite the history books saying that it was the Queen of Syri who was given the heirdom to the Galatharian kingdom, if I'm not mistaken, yes? It was simply just that the child of Karnath and the child of Braylon wanted it and were not willing to give it up, and so they went to war with Ondar and Syria, if I'm not mistaking my histories of Corvair, yes?
I can, I can, I can certainly see why you'd believe that, and it would seem accurate to a history book that would come across you. So I won't dispute that interpretation.
What a complicated and violent way of acquiring land. Is It is in the nature of all nations to wish to spread their grandeur, of course, much like any of your 5 nations or the other sovereigns who have emerged from the last war. Is it not more elegant to simply marry into land for the benefit of both parties?
I certainly see a point.
I will not lie. Redera wishes to have a stake in Corvair. We just, unlike many of your land, don't wish to draw swords over it. We wish to do this through diplomacy, an act which I am sure you, Viceroy Leora, can perhaps appreciate.
I certainly understand it.
Was there anything else you required, Viceroy?
Only a few more questions,
Anything I can do to be of
just
assistance?
if only to pick your mind.
Of course.
If you did, let's say if you did become the Queen of New Sire, how would you respond to attacks on your character and yourself?
I would do everything to persuade individuals of the truth of who I am and what I mean to represent. And I would also measure to see if these rumors or allegations warranted action. If it is the gossip or the rabble of a couple of bored young noble aristocrats, it's not worth merits. But as a queen, there is a certain dignity to be upheld and a certain answer to be had if certain powers have their way. But I'm certainly not going to force my efforts or pour power into gossip by opposing them if it is by some small rabble who's decided to make up claims about a foreigner. I'm not unused to people's animosity towards a strange people that they don't understand.
Understandable. But what if a foreign power conspired against you and tried to undermine yourself or Grev and New Sire?
Well, if a foreign power was a threat to my people, what would I do? I would win. I
That's
am
quite
not
an
one to take defeat lying down, and not one to take defeat at all, frankly. I think the terms in which we mean to provide the Syrian people of the power we inspired possess is one that quickly allows Syria the ability to defend themselves from such loathsome people that wish to beat down people who have already suffered enough, wouldn't you say?
I'd certainly understand that. But would Reader intervene?
Of course. This is not a marriage between me and Orgrave and what I personally can provide. I represent my empire. And so by me marrying Orgrave, I have no doubt Reader would wish to send some of its people to help build the Syrian people back up to the glory they are worthy of.
All right. 2 last questions, and I'll set you free for the rest of the night.
Okay.
Uh, if you were, say, an advisor to Orgrev, but not a suitor, who would you recommend he marry?
I'm afraid I will not be playing that game with you, Viceroy Leora. I am here to put forth my own cause, not another's. I understand the question, but I will not support a rival.
Very well. Just one last question, if you could bear it.
I most certainly can bear it.
Any any advice on being an ambassador?
Do not be mistaken. Diplomacy is a type of war unto itself. It is a subtle and elegant battle to be played. If you wish to win, you must know your opponent. You must know their weaknesses. And you must protect yourself while you go to battle. You must decide if you wish to conduct yourself with honor or if you wish to conduct yourself with less savory methods. But just like in any battle, you must use what's at your disposal to win. And you must decide what you're willing to give to win.
Very wise answer. Thank you much, Lady Talalara. I have a very, good evening. And I give her a bow. Can I do one last, like, can I try to read her one last time to see like what her, like what her intentions are, or
You want to
like
redo the check, is what you're asking?
to do a second one if that's out of the question?
I don't think anything in this conversation would have put any chinks in the armor that would allay to a different response. You know what I mean? So I'm going to say, she remains a prepared, distinguished, elegant ambassador of her people. You would see that she gathers for not only herself but you without even a wave of a hand. Two drinks just float through the air between the two of you. She gently takes one out of the air and will clink, give you
I
a little
will.
clink, and will meander into the party after an elegant curtsy in your direction. I like this art a lot better for her. This is a lot. I think it's sort of a foreign, interesting, beautiful something going on that is a little bit more towards what the inspired might look like and might present.
Okay.
So I'm liking this art a lot better than what I had before
The
because I
other one,
confused.
yeah, the other one
Yeah,
read more Kalishtar.
yeah, the other one was very Kalishtar. This one is very inspired. So I'm gonna stick with this guy.
It was like I looked at the glass that floated over to, and as I'm holding it, I'm thinking, Psionics have its advantages. And I finish the drink. And I go join up with Rona and the others.
This power has its
It's
advantages. That'll
power.
give the
Sorry.
psionic. It's all
You
good. It's
didn't
all
say
good.
that. You're right.
No,
Power.
no worries, no worries. Just having fun. Before we go to break, Rowan, you expressed an interest in wishing to speak to our bridge builder from Dargoon, if I'm not mistaken. All right. Well, why don't we take care of that and then we'll go to Rowan. So, Rowan, you approach Siana of the Capador tribe. Um, she is, of all the suitors, certainly the most physically capable looking of individuals, and not for a hobgoblin, not terribly hard to look at. And you approach, uh, and she will look over at you. She'll say, Baron Leora, what a pleasure to meet you. You're a little famous where I come from.
What language is she speaking above the table?
Speaking of common,
Oh, so so I'm speaking to the hobgoblin, yes?
yeah, she's
Cool.
speaking to you in
So
common.
uh Rowan's going to respond in
Yeah,
goblin
sure, absolutely.
and say, it is excellent to see someone of substance courting the prince.
Well, you're very kind to say so. It ain't an easy thing building bridges with previous enemies, especially so recently in our histories.
But we're moving forward, right?
That's why I'm here.
Things are always changing.
Well, certain people need something I've got, and I'd like to mend old wounds. So we got a lot that we got to share around here, I'd say.
We do. We got a lot in common, and I like that. I was very glad to see you here.
Well, we in Dargoon know how to take action. When something needs to be done, it ought to be done and not sat around and talked about it. So here I am, doing what I can.
That is something I admire.
Well, thank you for saying so. And how are you? I would it be too much to hope that the great Baron of House Leora is looking to Dargoon for or at least looking for me to make something happen around here?
I think that there are a lot of opportunities. And before I say anything, it would appear I need to check in with my house.
Well,
You may have you may have noticed there was a bit of a kerfuffle earlier.
oh, I've noticed. I think just about everybody noticed, and I think everybody in all the new
Ooh.
series gonna notice by morning time.
Ew, I there I
Yeah, you're got some strong opinions floating around your house. I mean, I hope all of you burn and die. Whew.
that was we just needed to take all the temperature down. That was something.
Well, I
Anyway, I didn't want to leave out of here without talking to you. And I would like to talk to you some more, but I do gotta.
you
She'll
got
actually like take a shot of whiskey.
fair enough. Because oh, trust me, I understand, and I think you know from where I come from, belligerent comments are not. I'd say are
My
even a part of the
words.
culture.
Oh, I can't imagine what would have happened had he said something like that in Rukon drawl.
Well, should let's just say people be wearing a little bit more red right now.
Ain't that the truth?
But well, your people have a certain a little bit of a class that we don't yet have. And you know what? That might not be the worst thing for Dargoon to have a little class come to its borders.
I think there are a lot of things that we can work on together. And even and if
And
class being what it is, there's all kinds of reasons that the country of Dargoon should not be considered in equal measure with all of the other countries. There is no reason why there should not be the same commerce and Rukondral that there is in Korth, that there is in Fairhaven, right? Because it not
sure,
being there, that just costs everyone money.
I guess so. Big complicated old situation. All I know is that the Sirens came over to my land. You know, they got somewhere to put their heads down confidently. And shit, they got some bridges mended and they got some fucking capable warriors at their back. I mean, I come from Capadour and we're not unaccustomed to a good fight. So, I
No, you
mean,
are not. That is,
because listen, between me and you, I mean, it won't take much to take this place down. I know they got some cavalry out there, and that's admirable, but big enough force shows up, and this place is not standing much longer. But we know how to defend a frontier out in the Capador clan, so all I'm saying is, well, it's gonna shake things up if we can make things happen here between Capador and the Sirens.
I think that would be excellent.
And shit, I mean, you seem to be pretty in tight with them, aren't you? I mean, hell, you might get to spend a little more time in Dargoon. From the sounds of things, it's a bit of a love-hate relationship for you.
Yeah, that is definitely a way to put it.
I mean, what place can you call home that aren't there good memories and bad memories?
No, that is very true.
Tell you what, family, tribe, clan, it ain't no cakewalk. It ain't no oasis with a palm tree and some water. It's a battlefield going home to family.
Yeah, but if not for family, what else, right?
Yeah. Well, I really appreciate you come talking to me. It's well, very not what I'm used to. So, someone who it's nice to speak the home tongue again.
It is good to speak it. And she will take her leave and she's gonna run out of the party, but she'll do the do the social mosey.
You do the social mosey. Yeah, you make your way out. Um, Ludwig, you're gonna be the only one to hear it, but as Rowan disappears, Siana of Capadur will be going forward to sort of make her statement about the Syrian people. She'll say, well, if I've got to put my 10 cents in, 10 copper in, I'd say that these are fine memorials. My people have their own for the fallen, and we don't always agree who belongs on them. Come from a place where there are a lot of leaders in a lot of different lands, and it's a very complicated society we got. We fought alongside you, Sirens, and we betrayed you. But that betrayal birthed Dargoon. We were born from war like that. And my being here is a hope that it will give a chance to redefine relations. What a beautiful irony it would be if Dargoon took land from you just so that it could be saved so you could resettle it one day. That'd be some turn of fate, I'll tell you. I like to see unity between the Syrian people and the Dargoon people. Share some nation together. Share what we have now and what you're trying to build. Because at the end of the day, as I'm sure there's some sore feelings about it, Dargoon was just trying to get what you got. We come from a culture, the Dakani people were wiped out long, long ago, and as I'm sure there might be some harsh feelings, we got a home. We took it through blood, but it was a war. Many people took what they needed through blood, and I'd like to see that those times are behind us. Build something new together. And I will say, it weren't me who took Targoon from you. It was the Rook who took it from you. He was the one who forged and carved out the country, and he is an obstacle by any accord, but let my being here show you that I'm ready to fight that battle for you, as is my whole clan, as is my tribe. It ain't gonna be easy, I'll be honest. Forgiving one another and coming together for one another and fighting whatever battle comes next, but we can do that together. As you Sirens, you got some elegance about you, you got some good words about you. And we of Capadour, well, we don't back down from a fight. So let's take on the future and all of its challenges together. Respect what was and build something new on land that was once yours, that was taken and given back. I think that's something pretty fine. And she'll meander away from that, and some polite applause will be made. And she does fairly good on the persuasion check. She does fairly good.
How's the crowd taking it?
The crowd, the crowd's a little surprised by the words and kind of is like, they're, as you can imagine, the DCs are a little higher and lower for different suitors. I mean, she's proposing mending bridges with Dargoon, and there's a bloody history with Ciri. So they're not the most rambunctious of applause as you've seen from the suitors tonight, but surprisingly getting traction. Let's put it that way. Doing good enough. She's put forth some good stuff. It's like, it was your land. We took it from you. Let's give it back and build something new and fight the good fight together. And that's like, okay, yeah, I mean, we need land. I mean, it's fair. Guess that is Syrian land after all. So there's some applause where people are like, oh, okay, interesting. But Orgrave certainly politely entertains everybody and puts a good applause in. And with that, let's go to our break and see what happens afterward.
I might try to talk to Sienna after that.
Perhaps indeed.
Let's see what happens. The night's still young. I can only imagine what Ludwig must have felt like when he came back from t after taking that shit.
Damn, you said what?
Because imagine it's like Donald Glover in that meme from Community. He walks
He's
in with the pizza and
he's the
everyone
nicest
suddenly,
one of us. What do you mean he said that?
the heck?
Yeah, the Donald Glover, yeah. Okay, we bring her on back. So we will say at this time, Lois and Cross have made the circuit in New Siri. And as Rowan is making a quick step out, you would quickly see the group of Leora and retinue approaching. So what is the plan, Team Leora?
Well, I'm still there. I haven't left the party yet.
No, you saw the Sienna speech, which Rowan would have missed. But we'll get back to you, I promise. But just to check on you three, is there a plan there? Anything you're doing next?
Uh, once Cross and I have put a buttonhole in that particular conversation, at least for the moment,
Right.
Lois is going to send a sending
Hmm.
to Vestige, and
Okay.
I have sent that to you already.
Awesome. You would get a reply of, "You are most certainly welcome. I would be glad
Fan
for the company."
fantastic.
Excellent. Cool. Anything else, you three? You guys kind of maybe meet eyes with the Baron?
Yeah, yeah, we'll slow walk to catch up with Rowan.
If yeah, yeah. Or maybe Rowan has a destination in mind, but either way, you guys have the opportunity.
I'm sorry, I just got my headset on. Are they?
You kind of walked out, as you said, you walked out of the party, and so you missed
Well, she
Sienna's
was.
speech.
I was trying to make like that mosey where you're not like making a beeline. You're kind of like
Yeah,
not trying to call attention to your leaving, so it might take a little bit. Like that's kind of what I had in mind. But however,
yeah,
she was on her way towards the door.
yeah. And as you super casual, well, it's not a door, it's an outside of him,
Or
but
okay.
whatever. But as you super casually and without drawing any attention to yourself, make your way out of the party, you do see Lois and Cross and and the retinue, walking down the street back in the direction of the repose. So you guys kind of, have a bit of a uh, kind of spy each other, cross paths, if you will.
Oh, are we back now?
You're outside the party, if that's what
Well, no,
you.
I'm talking to them. I'm like,
Oh,
because we're passing. I'm like, are we back now? Are we? Because we could be done for the evening. Are we good?
I
I
think it's best I don't show my face again.
I don't disagree. I
I,
mean, I
I
no
think I've
mean
had
no
enough party.
disrespect. I also, I do. I am feeling partied out. Yeah, let's go to more rooms. Let's go back to the inn.
Um, I, Baron, I do apologize for my outburst. I acted on some advice from someone I can't quite remember.
We are all having significant feelings. I am having significant feelings seeing the memorial. I'm very moved by it. So what I'd like to do is get us into a space where we are not, uh, where we can kind of let go a little bit, right? Where we can kind of settle down, and then we can have some real discussions about it. All right? It's
Very well.
okay.
After you.
well, it's got a
Yeah,
black
I don't.
dog following our footsteps.
I don't know if we've got a coach or what. I mean,
Oh, New
obviously,
Siri is not big enough that it requires a coach. You guys can walk on down the road and get back to the inn easy enough. No problem there. So yeah, you guys can depart a little early as a group together. Um, yeah, so I'm gonna hang with Ludwig for a minute here because he's gonna catch the tail end of the party and the rest of what people have to say. So I'm gonna um yeah, so you head over Ludwig for a little conversation with
Uh,
Sienna as she steps off.
as I'm going over to her, I will quickly find Lady Solara and cordially invite her to the 20 on the fourth day of the season this week.
Oh, okay. She goes, that is a very kind invitation. I'll be sure to be there. Thank you.
Thank you. I look forward to you being there. Have a good evening, my lady.
Good evening. And she
And
will show every elegance and courtesy. It's a little intimidating how skillful she is with her courtesy.
it's unnerving.
Yeah. But then yeah, you make your way over to Sienna, who is very, very, very different, who is a much more out front, here I am kind of individual who's not quite as practiced, shall we say. It's
Okay.
inspired. You walk up,
I find 2 drinks.
find your drinks.
If it says fine speech,
Well, hell, pleasure to meet you. She just grabs your hand and gives you a good
I
shake.
offer the drink and they give the other hand like good.
Kid, it's a pleasure to meet you. She'll take the drink and say, "You're a Viceroy from Leora, right?"
Yes, I am Ludwig de Leora.
Well,
My
great
my
pleasure to meet you. I am
my.
champion Siana of the Capador clans of the Galadar tribes of Dargoon. I know it's a bit of a mouthful. Just call me Siana.
Siana it is. I must say that speech up there, I appreciate the plain talk.
Well, I'm glad you appreciate it. Maybe in the world of politics, you need a blunt instrument sometimes, right?
Well, sometimes. You want to talk privately?
Oh, sure. Why not?
Sure, why not? Why not?
And yeah, she'll saunter up, maybe still in the party, but removed from other individuals, so
Mm,
as to avoid eavesdropping. So, well,
understood.
what is it that I can do for you, Viceroy?
Feels like a feels cha champion of Capadura, am I right? Am I saying that right?
Champion at the Capadura Club, and that is quite correct.
Capadura, clans and then tribes are above. Do I have that right?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Tribes are, there's only like 3 or 4 tribes in Dargoon, but there's plenty of clans.
All right. Um, uh, she's leader of the Galadar tribe. Okay.
Yeah, champion of the Capadura clan. I got her handout posted out.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Belongs to the Gadar tribe. I have to say, Gab, well, look at us. I mean, take a moment. Look at the two of us. A champion of Dargoon, and of and of and a son of son of Karnath. In a
Son of
new
Connor.
size celebration for the celebration.
Yeah,
Australia. Look, who'd have
fuck.
thought?
Yeah, fuck. Who'd have thought? That's you asked me, that was gonna be a sticky situation. But hey, it's good sign that we haven't been I don't
Yeah,
know, pulled apart or tied and quartered or something
it's to us surviving the rest of the week.
to survive in the rest of the week. I'd like to see the motherfucker who tries one of us.
It was like I'd hate to be him.
Uh-huh. I'd hate to be him. We're gonna learn real quick what Dargoon hospitality's like.
But thing is, were you looking up at the memorials back there?
Hey, yeah, of course. I took a look around. I mean,
Mm,
I didn't know many Sirens in my life, so I didn't have anyone to look for, but I mean, they were there, you know. Like I said in my speech, I mean, we got plenty of memorials where I come from too. It's not unrecognizable.
Yeah, one ain't goblins up, but one ain't goblins in these memorials, huh?
I'd be fucking surprised if there were.
No Carnathi either.
I'd be even more surprised.
I'd,
I mean,
it's about,
we may have betrayed them and cut them down as the morning was happening and warred with them and so on and so forth. But shit, I mean, we weren't knocking on their door for 100 years.
yeah, true. And they were not, but now remember, they were knocking on ours just as hard.
Oh, sure. Hey, look, sticks and stones or whatever. That's the whole reason I'm here. Just saying, I'd be even more surprised if Karnath were on these walls. Not to play who's the
Yeah,
biggest son of a bitch, but
mm, fair. There are thousands. You wouldn't. You'd be fooled by what you've seen here, but there were thousands of Carnathis in sire the day the morning happened.
Oh yeah, the your Warforged friend there. I mean, he looks it.
Were there any goblins?
What in Siri course?
Well, to to the unmentioned tonight.
Oh sure, to the unmentioned, to the fallen, the honorable fallen. I mean, I don't remember what the Five Nations called it, but they named whatever the battle was. The big battle between all the different nations that were going on the border, wasn't there?
Yeah,
Everyone
something.
lost someone in the morning.
Yeah. What? So, what is Dargoon like?
They tell you what, ain't nothing like out here. We're real tribal based. So while I mean the Lesh kind of runs things, every every clan has their own lands. And the only person who can tell you what to do in your own lands is the Lesh. And largely he stays out of it. He lets us deal with our neighbors the way we deal with our neighbors.
So it's not chaotic, but
It's not chaotic, but
you want to walk around with a sword.
I like to think of it, it's a lot like Corvair if there was a king in Thronehold. You know, like imagine there was still Undair and Karnath and everybody was all still, their sovereign nation, but there was still someone who sat in the middle who could wag his finger at somebody if they were a little offside. You know what I mean?
Maybe, maybe that could have stopped the last war from happening.
I don't imagine there much that could stop the last war other than the king living forever.
True. But let's talk about your tribe a little bit. Like, what makes your the Capador distinct from all the others?
We're off and Siri peace. I'd say that's a pretty big one.
That's only one distinction.
We're tough. We're hobgoblin, so we're not, I mean, goblins, bugbears, they've all got their merits. Hobgoblins are most tactically minded. So if you're looking for a good political ally, I mean, you're better to find one amongst the hobgoblin and the goblins, or the bugbear, in my personal opinion.
Good. I can see your point. How does someone like you rise to the top?
Being the strongest, baddest bitch around, frankly.
I believe you.
Well,
Not
you can say
challenging.
it's so.
I'm not challenging for the title, by the way.
You wouldn't last too long, I'm sorry to
I
say.
d Oh, I doubt it. Oh, I don't think I would.
Well, it's maybe it sounds a little brutal, but it works one way or another like that. Every tribe, every clan has its own practices. But I got to be in champion by, well, championing the clan. I'm the one they turn to when they need something done.
Okay. It does beg forgive an outside of this. If you would forgive an outside of this question, I was becoming Western for a sec there. Uh,
John you in, maybe you're already one of us.
mhm. Does what does happen if, say, you if a champion of a tribe would fall? Would it go to their children? Would it go to the strongest?
No, no, we don't do hereditary. Like I said, every clan's different, but uh, a lot of hobgoblin culture, especially, is based on merit more than bloodlines. I mean, we care a lot about bloodlines when it comes to like clan to clan relations and like keeping the gene pool alive, marriage and such, right? Because a lot of who we are, uh, the Galdar tribes have a lot of respect for our ancestors amongst the Tucani. So we try and keep those bloodlines strong that link us back to the ancient empires. But other than that, we try and keep it merit based, keep our pasts alive, and keep things strong and well. You'll be happy to know that Capador don't. I mean, I legally have to say that as a sovereign nation, Dargoon does not, respect slavery. Slavery is very bad, and we don't do it because it's illegal by the Treaty of Thronehold. But the reality of the matter is that it is a feudal land, and while the Lesh Haruk's clan doesn't practice it, he is technically the only one who has to follow that law, which means that there are clans out there in Dargoon who kind of still practicing on, on the down, not really on the down low, but sort of skirt the law in that matter, you can be happy to know the Capador clan doesn't keep slaves of any kind.
Oh, well, I'm
Though
sure
it's not the
many.
popular sentiment.
Well, I'm sure many here would be happy to hear that.
Yeah,
I get.
well, where we'd be in the fucking minority, I'll tell you what.
I do have to ask,
Sure.
what's he like?
What, the Lesh?
Yes, the Lash. Man is cut quite a legend up and down across Corvair.
Well,
Carving a
look,
nation out is not a small matter.
look, I may be kind of in opposition to the Lesh here by trying to establish something with the Syrian people and kind of going out the bounds of what he's established, but I like to think what I'm doing isn't too intense that I wouldn't draw so much wrath that it would get violent. Tell you what, Lesh, there's a reason he's the man on top, the hobgoblin on top. He's I mean, he's everything they say he is. He's a natural born leader. He's one of the most brilliant strategic minds I think this world has seen, and I am including the Five Nations in that sort of say there, Carnaby.
But
But
I'm not offended by that sentiment.
he's charismatic. He's intelligent. I'm telling you what, he's what's keeping Dargoon together. Without him, I think it'd be a couple of years before the clans are in all-out civil war.
Mm,
He keeps everybody in line. He knows when to use a firm or even violent hand, but he also knows when to how to bring people to the table. He's a well, it's like he's not even a real person, really.
this man casts a long shadow.
Long fucking shadow called Griselda
Mm,
Dargoon. He's also the guy who orchestrated Dargoon's creation. He
mm.
was the managed to slip Dargoon out from under Syria, and I'll tell you what, that's a big chunk of land.
Let me tell you let me tell you, there have quite a few people up north in Karnath who were very much rooting him on when that happened. But don't tell anyone here.
Well, don't worry, I'll keep it to myself. Trying to build bonds right now and all, but anyway, what's he like? I haven't had the honor of meeting him, but I've seen him walk by a couple of times, and it's like watching something out of history walk by. He's aggressive. You'd be better out to ask your Rowan there. She's got quite a reputation herself in Dargoon.
Mm.
Well, it depends what clan you ask, but she's got a rep.
What kind of rep? I gotta ask.
Well, like I said, depends on what clan you ask. Some clan, they got respect for her because, well, the Lesh put his name behind her, or at least he's put his protection behind her, so she's got respect. She's got respect no matter what. Some people respect her because they're scared of the Lesh. Other people respect her because, I mean, she made it out of Darkroom alive. There's some people who downright fucking hate her and like to see her head on a spit. I'll admit that.
Mm. Good to know.
But
Good to know.
largely, well, she thought him to be about as cunning as the heart as Harook is, I think. I mean, she
But
managed to secure Harook's protection and uh, got out without Harook seemingly knowing, and maybe he didn't know. You probably knew. Let's be honest with
yeah,
ourselves.
probably.
Anyway, she's a bit of a ghost story, kinda.
Wh- what do you um are you and Haruk friends at all? I know you haven't said anything about that,
No,
but
no, no. We're.
mm.
I think if you knew what I was doing out here, we wouldn't be sitting at the same table drinking a drink together. And I haven't met him before.
So he doesn't know you're here.
No, not really. But it isn't outside the bounds of my, you know, what I'm allowed to do as the champion of my clan. I don't have to talk to Harook about it.
Uh, doesn't say letter of the law kind of thing.
We keep things a little more loose than that in Dargoon. Essentially, whatever the clan leader says goes, and the only person who can override that is the Lesh. That's pretty much the law of the land.
Makes sense. Then, if I'm have your permission to be a bit more blunt going forward,
If you haven't already, but by all means.
why do you want to join New Sire? Why do you have your eyes on Orgev?
Honestly, well, I feel bad about what happened. I think it's wrong what happened. I think There's something to be gained from mixing up cultures a bit. I think the Sirens have something that Dargoon doesn't have, and I think Dargoon has something that the Sirens don't have. I mean, Siren has modern history.
Dagoon
Hobgoblins
has
have ancient history.
the Gani.
That's right. They need land. Frankly, maybe this is a little, I don't know if it's naive to say or whatnot, but we're both people who have suffered great losses. We're both people who should be proud of what we did in the last war, and I think we have a lot to gain by working together. I think that the Capador clan could benefit from such a, I guess, elegant people who have held out against such adversity, and we can give them the strength to fight back against people who want to oppress them.
Hard power and soft power.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great way of saying it.
I
They
think
got a
it's
lot of soft power, we got a lot of hard power. Why not mix them up?
and that's how you'd help them, give them land, give them strength, and I believe a professor of mine called it symbiotic.
She
They,
looked just symbiotic.
it means two elements helping each other out and benefiting from the other.
Oh, okay, I got you. Sorry, my comment is really good, not that good.
It's fine. You're doing very well.
Well, thank you for saying so.
Very well.
But yeah, exactly. We got a lot of might, we got a lot of land, we got resources to provide, and I think Syria is something to teach us. And I think it's something to help us expand with. And
I've
it's got apparently Lior's at its back too, not gonna lie.
well, a hobgoblin and a human together, that'd be a very new thing on Corvair.
I will
How
say
would
this. Oh, no, please go.
how would you respond to attacks on your character? Because people will have thoughts.
Well, I guess it depends on who's making attacks on my character. Is it my neighboring clan? Because it's my neighboring clan. I mean, fuck. I mean, that's just the way of life in Dark Age. And if it's someone from my own clan, I'm gonna beat them to a pulp, and they're gonna know not to say it anymore.
What about from outside Corvair? And what if it's the Lesh?
But let's just saying something poor about me. It's a little more complicated, I guess. I mean, Lesh got a lot of pull. Frankly, I think I do what I can to try and make things right with Lesh. And that's what I intend to do if this marriage works out. The marriage works out, get the certain people moved in, figure out figure out a way to appease Haruk and see if we come to some mutually beneficial understanding.
What's good? What's good? Because the best thing you want at the end of the day is best for your clan. Am I right?
That's true.
Well,
Frankly, just if they don't matter, they don't matter. If they're beneath you and they matter, punch down. If they matter above you, well, I guess try and find common ground to fight on.
if they can't do anything to you and all they can do is spit on your name, let them spit because that's all they can do.
Well, we'll see how far it goes. To a certain point where words need to be answered.
What's if it got more serious? There was a foreign power, or people didn't just stop at words, but they were conspired against you and Orgev and tried to undermine you, sire, and your tribe.
And they'd be fucking dead. That's what they'd be. We hobgoblins, we ain't scared of no war, and we certainly ain't scared of no adversity. I
But
mean, someone inside the clan's got something bad. I mean, we're gonna wipe that shit out. And that's probably what the Sirens can help us with, is internal stuff. But if it's external, well, we're gonna have ourselves a fucking civil war. We're gonna kick the shit out of them when the Haruk gets involved. Well, settle it there.
and if it's against the Lesh,
Well, I'm going to war against the Lesh. That's I don't think that's something that I really want to do.
I
The
see.
Lesh is pretty fucking powerful. And the Galdar tribes, well, that's under Haruk's domain.
It'd be a hell of a fight. So you admit there would be a chance you'd lose, and I do not mean that as an insult.
If the Lesh Haruk of Sharak Tor, leader of the Galdar clans, turned the entire tribe against my clan, it'd be fucked. I'll be honest, we'd be pretty fucked.
Is Haruk a man who could be reasoned with?
I think that's the only reason why he's sitting in that chair. because
Mm,
he's very, well, I guess reasonable. He's good at making deals, being a leader and all.
I see.
But I don't think that he would.
What, especially with, well, and I
Clans
looked,
absorb other clans all the time.
and plus, there's also the matter of, and he gestures in the direction of the mist.
What
There's the
about it?
morning. Nobody knows what happens if people start fighting again.
Oh, fuck. This clans fight all the time. That's
It's
internal.
that's one. But it's full scale war potentially. Well,
I could tell you what. If whoever set off the morning's got problems with clans fighting, Dargoon would be gone fucking. Well, how long goes the morning? 4 years ago? Be gone about three months or 3 years and 11 months ago.
that is a very good point. If the war if the war ended after Psy exploded, then the morning is controlled by somebody. Why haven't they wiped out Dargoon? Unless it doesn't count, unless it's other nations. We know so little about the morning.
Listen, I'll tell you what. I don't know. I don't know better than nobody else on the face of Corvair what's going on, but I'll tell you what anybody in Darkin can tell you. Whoever made the warning or whatever made the warning happen, if they are some conscious entity trying to stop war with the power of fucking the end of the sovereign threat, they sure as shit don't care about internal battles because
Mm,
clan fights are fucking a normal Tuesday.
fair. One last question. Um, let's say you were not a suitor to Orgrev. You were an advisor to him, that he trusted your words and your judgment to him. Who would you recommend that he marry? And please don't say yourself.
I haven't really thought about it, I'll be honest.
I'm
Don't
curious
know
what
what.
you think.
Hmm, it's a interesting question. I
It's a
suppose
question that would come up if you were queen. Something similar, at least. The type of question,
who'd
at
be marrying
least.
my husband?
No, I mean, like, who would, let's say, someone who needs to marry somebody else who's an ally of yours, but that kind of question.
All right, let me think here. All right, well, you got that Kenneth lady, you got the changeling freaky person, you got the inspired person, you got that Warforged, and then you got the princess from Karnath. I think I'd say the Talalara person, maybe the envoy. I mean, they got empire and they got lands and they got strength, that's for sure. I
Like,
mean, it wouldn't be much different than what I'm handing out, but
uh,
I mean, I guess not really. They'd have to cross the sea if they wanted land, but I mean, it gives them some fighting power. And fuck, I
the,
mean, look at
the,
this
the,
place. They ain't got much fighting power.
I will tell you, she has talents and other things as well, but it might come at the cost of, well, living
Yeah.
under Reader's thumb.
Well, let me just say she rubs me the wrong way. She's the kind of person who doesn't say what they mean when they speak, slippery like an eel.
Hmm. Well,
So, well, guess if I had to choose, maybe this person, because
they don't.
who doesn't want like sacred super magical powers, but
But,
I don't know. There's something sketchy going on there, if you ask me.
mm. And one last thing I want to tell you.
Sure.
On the fourth, on the day between, on the fourth day of this week, there will be a tourney. I'm holding it, and I want to get and to cordially invite you to witness it.
Oh, sure. I appreciate that. Good to see you have these Sirens. I mean, I guess remember how these Sirens fight. It'd be cool. Thank you.
It's something very simple for the both of us, blood, sweat, and tears. It'll feel like the old days.
At least watching like the old days if it's watch. You
That
got any
what
open stuff? Anything where anyone can
uh,
join?
there well, there's nothing explicitly against it, but it is. I've established this day as something to celebrate the strength of Sire and to remember this
Oh,
glory of what has come before.
all right, all right. I won't pick the shit out of some.
I've
Yeah, now that you say it, kind of has a bad ring to
feels
it.
like
Even though
feels like
Sirens
a hobgoblin coming in and ruining what's supposed to be their day would. I don't
might rub people the wrong way.
know. That's
But it
such
also
a
might show what strength they're gonna get.
mm-hmm. Think
No,
well,
it's fine if you think it's that way. I don't
I,
know.
I'm just saying it is up to you. But thank you very much for your time.
No problem.
Have a good day. Um, sh- a quick thing. How'd you
Just
like
Yana. Just
Jessiana?
Yana.
Sienna, have a very good day. And we do like the Predator Carl Weathers. Yeah, exactly this Arnold Schwarzenegger thing. Yeah.
Ugh.
Thank you very
All
much.
right. I
There's a
will
language
say,
warriors speak.
sure, sure. I will say while this conversation was going on, all of the others went up and had their speeches,
Hmm.
just because I want to, because there's
Hurry
gonna be
up.
plenty of time to speak to all of these people, and I want to like get what they have to say out of the way, and then like the knights are coming in. So, um, Rose has spoken. I'll have Telelara go up. She will come up and she will say, like, well, maybe there's pauses in your conversation with Siana and you guys listen. She says, the past is heavy, is it not? But it can be a foundation if you learn to build upon it. You have taken a toll. You have been broken down, but that means you can now be built up. Any warrior, I think, knows that when they go to war, they first must learn to not be an individual, but be broken down so they can be built back up as a soldier. I see this as an opportunity. The Syrian people have been unfortunately broken down, but they can be built up into something stronger. Redera offers the power that its people hold. Power of psionics, as it is called in our lands. The power to manipulate things with the strength of your own mind and will. It is a power untapped here in Corvair, one that we could give you, one that we can make all of the burdens of the past worth it, a foundation to build strength upon. You have fallen, but you have built up a place of hope on the bones of despair. You are a people who are disciplined through unity, and that unity gives you mental strength enough to give or to take what we have to give. I foresee that there is no better people in all of Corvair who would be capable of receiving the gifts of the inspired, receiving the psionic power, for who has struggled more and prospered in the Syrians, helping Syria reclaim what is theirs. This is what we can offer, the strength to do so. Who knows how the power of the inspired might interact with the world around Corvair? Maybe it might provide you with the abilities to traipse upon your homelands as once before. It'll give you the power to stand up for yourself, the power to shape what you will. And I will not go so far as to make decisions on behalf of your prince as to how to use these tools. It will be to the Sirens to decide how to utilize the power Redera has to offer. Be creative. Think. What could Siri be if it possessed such a power that none in Corvair had, and none in Corvair had the will to wield as the Sirens do? You have an opportunity. Afford yourself this for yourselves and the generations to come. Thank you. And she'll leave, leaving people with a sort of like, hmm. That certainly appeases to the pride of the Syrians. We have fallen very far. We've dealt with a despair no other in the land can deal with. And through that despair, we might wield a power that none other might have the mental resilience to do so. And they feel pretty good about themselves about that. It definitely has a punch to it. I believe Vestige has already spoke last session.
Yeah, Vestige, Sienna, the Talara. I think has Liana spoken yet?
Ilana has not. She will come forth now. She will admire the display of relics and she will say, these are fantastic, magnificent. You'd be amazed how much of this is actually still functional. I have rebuilt the infrastructure of New Siri from scratch with or without Kenneth's backing. It has been helpful at times, but when it hasn't been helpful, we have persevered regardless. And I will tell you this, if these relics survived, there is much in the Mournlands that has survived as well from Kenneth facilities. There are many who have the ability to descend into the lands of the Morn lands and gather what you will, but it would require someone high on the totem pole of Cannith to know where the best bits can be found, the secret facilities of Cannith. These things may yet still have great power about them, great potential, and can be reclaimed for the Syrian people, a gift from my lost house to your lost people. We can navigate the Korth Edicts. Should Orgrave choose to desire a Dragonmark spouse, it has already been the discussion of some that it shouldn't be so hard as, say, someone who was acknowledged by the Treaty of Thronehold as a sovereign nation. You have a unique opportunity, Sirens. I have been with you since the start of the building of this place. If you continue to provide me the same measure of respect and trust to build up this place, as your queen, as the wife of Orgrave, I can give you access to long-forgotten facilities in the Mournland, facilities that could only be found by a Cannith who is sat as high in the house as I. While Baron Jorlana and Baron Merrix and Baron Zorlin bicker at each other over the leadership of Cannith, let the Sirens claim from their homelands the most valuable prizes. Allow me to guide you into a technological renaissance that could only be found by one of my family, of the Korla family. Let us build a new Ciri that will shake the foundations of Codever. We are not lost. We just need to reclaim it. And there is we know this chick, you know. She puts forth that. It is met with some good reception. And last but not least, as your conversation ends with Siana Ludwig, stepping up to the front is Hadith Irvina, the Gothic princess, Cardath, and the guest of Boreal. You know, when I was little, I thought courts were meant for dancing and clever words. But now they're mostly for staring at empty chairs, aren't they? I admire the resilience of the Syrian people. You've lost more than most, yet here you are, polished boots and all. I have disdain, a deep disdain for empty ceremonies that I've been taught in the British courts. Empty parties to celebrate actions that don't need such lavish celebrations. It is here that you find celebrations that are quite necessary, ones that admire and put on display the resilience of your people. It's not often that I find worthy receptions, and this one very much feels as such. I'd also disdain the absurdity of being on display as a political pawn. It is how I have lived most of my life, and it is how I see you now, Prince Orgrave. That is what you are right now in this moment, is what I see. You're a pawn of your people. You are being asked to marry who is best for your people, and there are many good choices before you. And I hope, I truly hope, you'll make a decision that will shock and awe maybe the entire world. The morning taught us one lesson. Sometimes the sky just decides it doesn't like you anymore and burns everything to the ground. And that's a real shame. But in New Ciri, you toast memory. And in Karnath, we let memory toast back. And there's a bit of a chuckle. She says, it's good to keep the past alive. I hope you will build a future that will surprise everybody, Prince Orgrave. Don't be a pawn in the game of Brayland and even your own people. Choose wisely. Choose something that's going to change the future. You shouldn't ask for permission when you intend to change it.
Oh.
And she kind of leaves with that and kind of leaves people with like a little like a confused like, was she okay,
Can I
sure.
do insight check on that?
Yeah.
Insight. 13.
13. It was it it certainly leaves you with scratching your head, and you look around to see most people doing the same, where it's like she's definitely empathizing with the king, saying like, don't be a pawn. Like I've been a pawn. Don't be a pawn to politics. Don't be on display. Like make choices that are shocking. Shake it up.
Mm.
And her saying that as a suitor, it's like, is she saying that she's shaking it up? Like, is that her promoting herself? And some people are like, oh, is she like, what does that really mean? Like, is there something hidden behind there? It's, I'll tell you what. I think alone the one thing you'll catch is what makes your head scratch even more is that Orgrave is unusually like impressed with the words. Like there's something about them that kind of like rouse his like, oh, like that was really good. Like most people around here are scratching their head, but less of like a oh that's clever, like that's a fun thing to say, or like clearly Orgrave picked up something that you or nobody else really did.
Hmm. Maybe he doesn't like being so restrained.
And I'll say as you're ending things with Sienna there, she says, that was a weird one. Oh, all right. Well, have a good night there, Viceroy.
Okay. Have a very good evening, Sienna. And I give her a bow.
Yeah. And as all of everybody has said everything, Orgrave says, a toast to all of the fine speeches and a toast to the Requiem of Ciri. May it forever have a place in our hearts as it was, as we build towards the future. And there's a clinking of glasses, and this final toast is a little bit of like a release from the event. And Hadith will kind of approach you, Ludwig, and just kind of look at you.
Fine speech.
Thank you.
That's a lot. The prince seems to have liked it.
I thought he might.
If before 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 I do you, I have to say, are you heading back? Where are you laying your head this evening? Where do you lay your head here?
I'm staying in the Silver Swan Inn, much like many of the other suitors.
I've I've may my guardian here, Soren, help escort you back as well. I'll walk along with him, if I may.
Uh, she says, of course, that would be very polite, thank you.
Thank you, my lady.
And you leave the party, and you guys kind of walk down the road where Soren will march maybe like 15 feet back on a head on a swivel, and you kind of walk with her down the road, which would be very appropriate. You have a chaperone, so to
Hmm.
speak.
It'd be
Um,
terrible. It's terribly inappropriate to leave a lady alone on a night as dark as this.
yeah, and well, it would be very yeah, walking her home, but with and Todd's there too. So walking her to a room with an escort is, it's riding the line a bit, but by having these
And
chaperones around it does make it savory.
exactly. Kind
But you walk her down the road, and she will say,
of, I would also say,
yeah,
I saw you walking alone down the streets of Nusaya today. Some might say that's a bit ill-advised for a princess to do. I would say it's quite bold.
I'll take that as a compliment.
Thank you. If if I may be blunt,
You've been blunt all night. That sounded a lot more like a cheesy flirt than I meant it to be. I apologize.
what what do you want to achieve by coming here?
You see, she takes genuine consideration in that. She says, I'd like everyone to get what they want.
I'm sorry, say that again, Ryan.
She says, I'd like everyone to get what they want. I'd like the Syrian people to have a future through who Orgrave marries. I'd like Orgrave to marry someone that he genuinely wants to marry. And I'd like to be free of Karnath. I mean, I'd like to be free of Braylon.
And you think you can do that by breaking up the old game?
Well, I have plans. It would be, I think, it wouldn't be right to share all my secrets. At least not so early on. We still have 4 more days together, don't we? Or
Yeah,
that's a little familiar, isn't it,
yeah.
Viceroy?
Yes, we do. I'd like I'd love to be able to speak with you again later in the week, if I may.
I'm hoping we can. What are your plans for tomorrow?
I'd have to talk with my house and see what we should do next. But I've, the others I'd like to speak with you, but I'm also going to be quite busy.
If
I
you're
will.
planning attorney, I could provide some assistance. I'm told I'm quite popular in noble courts. I could see if I could do some help in however way I can.
I'd appreciate any help. I would certainly appreciate any help. I would appreciate your help greatly, my lady. And I can maybe we could find other sponsors for the games or something perhaps. But I would gladly accept your help.
And for the record, it's Your Majesty to you,
Your ha-
Viceroy.
Your Majesty, I stand terribly corrected.
And she
Please do,
smirks at that.
please do not tell your brother to behead me when I get back to Karnath.
Well, I'll need to get back to Karnath first before he can behead you.
Feels like, please don't tell him to send his assassins after me.
No, I'm sure he'll just send his blood-sucking spawn to do that instead.
Feels like, Your Majesty, please.
And she just kind of, you get the sense she probably doesn't smile too much, but she's been smiling a bit tonight at you, it seems.
And I suppose we would get back to the Silver Swan Inn.
I would say you're probably there by now because
Oh,
it's just a walk down the road. Like New
uh,
Surrey is not a big
yeah.
place.
Oh look, we're here.
Oh, look, we're here.
Yes, we are.
You've been a fine escort. Thank you very much.
Have a very good evening, Your Majesty.
And
Give
she
her a bow.
will, yeah, you give her a bow, and she accepts the bow. She doesn't bow because by station she is a
It's
royal.
it's stuff like that.
But you see, she seems pleased by your display of etiquette, and
Can I make an
she
insight
call,
check?
yeah, make an insight check.
So last one for the night.
She loves me. She loves me not. She loves me. She loves me not.
Shut up, 24.
24. You you think she genuinely likes your company. You have you think she isn't lying about the fact that she hasn't met like a fellow countryman, and she spends a lot of time around politicians, and she spent a lot of time around where like there's a very set role she has to fit into, and just to be very diplomatic and very clever with her words in order to like get anywhere into soft power. Because she isn't like a huge she isn't huge she's had to create her own opportunities a bit.
She's had to
Um,
carve out her own little pile of
yeah,
influence.
she's had to her only soft power in Boreal's court is the power that she's created through connection. So regardless of being a royal, she is a bit of a self-made woman, and it's come with great pains by the sounds of things. You're able to be more casual with her by being a Karnath. And you see she's like greatly enjoyed it this evening. And you
Mhm.
you think you're like, yeah, we're getting on. We're totally getting
Sh
on.
Shuts. I do not say that at all, and I
I know
push
you
it
don't.
out of my conscience mind.
Yeah. But she does head inside. You turn around. Todd's like,
Don't give me that look. Come on.
this Ludwig, your Leora is showing. You have
Like what is
you have fine taste, my friend.
feels like is someone looking at giving me the similar look.
Soren's like he's like, I'm not doing nothing. I'm just looking at the stars. It's just very much like You know, you're getting the looks from the boys. They're kind of being like,
They're
yeah,
ribbing me a little bit.
they're ribbing you a little bit. Todd says, "All right, I'm gonna go find my tent to go sleep in, and Ludwig, make sure you only go to your room." And he
I've,
punches you in the
what other
shoulder.
what other room would I go to?
He goes, well, whatever room you go to, you have to tell me about it tomorrow,
Oh,
huh?
for shame. Oh,
Oh,
for shame.
don't be making little princes without telling me
Yeah,
about
okay.
it.
I
Yeah,
I
you like
charm.
you
I
shut
use
up.
charm to tell him to go away.
Yeah, you're like charm person, and
Now
he
go tonight and keep your mouth shut.
yes, all right. And he immediately just turns around and walks away.
And
Uh,
keep your mouth shut.
I would say about Soren's just still like, do
Stars are
you
lovely tonight.
this love? I didn't say anything. I just looking. Did you want, was the offer of my protection just for this evening, or did you want to extend it long term?
I'll ask her tomorrow.
Could be a good chance
Diplo
to make diplomatic. Yes, yeah.
it'd be a diplomatic incident, something if any harm fell to her while in her sire.
You'd be simply being a good Karnathi subject. Anyone would do it, right?
Exactly. Who wouldn't? Who doesn't? What good Ganathi does not hold reverence for the royal family?
Yes, yes. Exactly. Don't worry, if she asks, I'll tell her what a great guy you are.
Shut up. Silence.
And he'll put his hands up and he'll say nothing more.
And
Um,
I go in to see the others.
yeah. And meantime, Rowan and Cross and Lois have long since entered the Silver Swan Inn. Was there anything that you guys wanted to share? Rowan, you can expect that there will be a summons coming for you, sure enough. But in the meantime, was there anything that the three of you wanted to talk about or do around the Silver Swan Inn?
Rowan is gonna say, listen, left Ludwig in there. He was doing real well with spin. I'm proud of him. He's he's working the crowd. What I would like is for everyone to just gear down and take
Mike's a little bit
back.
closer, please.
What I would like is for everyone to just gear down and take several moments and not think about it. Unless there's any objections. And then tomorrow we can talk, right? But there is a lot that's going on. And I feel like it's okay to sit with it. Because what I would like first thing in the morning, Ambassador, is to know how you want to fix it.
What was that?
Is to know how you want to fix it.
Okay.
And I don't want an answer now because you are an individual of, I think, keen mind and discernment. And I want you to sit with it for a little bit. Lois, you were watching the people, and I know at some point, like probably a little bit, I would like to hear what your impressions were. But I'm gonna get out all this because my night ain't done yet.
Fair enough.
And she's gonna go way dressed down. Now, where would the prince lay out? She's gonna basically dress down and then wait for the prince's summons and
Okay.
kind of collect her thoughts and wait for and think about what she wants to say.
Yeah, you go upstairs, you dress down, at which point, and we'll say maybe some of the conversation that was already being had between Lois and Cross had like it continued at the table, if you'd please, and maybe some of the retinue have like all found their way to their various tents. But Rowan, as you like dress down, um, you get a little knock at the door, and you're going to see uh, what I don't even know who they'd send. They just send some guy
They
who
get there.
is
I'm sorry. Never mind. You're right.
that's all good. You know, staffing be what it is. There's a knock at the door, and then you see some young man who says, uh, "Excuse me, Baron Vion de Leora. Uh, you have received summons to the courts. If you would so kindly follow me when you have a moment."
She she grabs what looks like a work cloak. So she's very much in like breeches that you might see an artificer working in. She's got like probably sports bra and an oversized tunic with her big glasses and stuff, and she literally just throws on a. I mean, it wouldn't be worn or anything, but it wouldn't be like magnificent. Like she's
Hmm.
no longer in her evening wear.
Absolutely. Yeah, so you make your way down the road and you are followed by Lena and you're following this young man who brings you to the outer court and just sort of bows and leaves you there. And the doors are open for you and you walk in to see Prince Orgrave, who isn't dressed down per se, but certainly like the nicer whatever has been taken off and exchanged a little bit. Um, so Prince Orgrave is there. He's not alone, however. He is, of course, courting, so it would be improper for him to be going anywhere with a lady without, somebody. So I think quite simply, um, you're going to see. I think it's just his defender. I think the royal guards are present along with his defender, and I will say because why not? Keltris is there. He's just off to the side though. Like he's not involving himself. He's kind of like off, like writing in his own book, and he's like, I'll be involved if he needs me to be, but he's present. And yeah, you will see Heinrich de Denis is present as well. But this is clearly like we're all here if we needed, but this is a conversation between Orgrave and Ron. So you walk in, nobody else is in the room. There's no scribes, other than these three individuals and the royal guards of Orgrave himself. It's you two. You come over. Orgrave is not sitting on his like little throne. He is sitting sort of like I think he's still in his evening like dinner wear, and he's like taking off some of the finery. He's like pulling all the rings off, and he goes, "Baron, thank you for
Oh,
the early invitation."
yeah. Could you would you call me Rowan when we're alone? I don't hear my name very often, and I would, if it's not too much to ask, I would really appreciate it.
He kind of looks around at the old men standing around. He goes, "Well, then perhaps in private you might know me as Orgrave as well."
I would appreciate it. Thank you so
Orgrave,
much.
yes. Um, well, I'm going to get right to the elephant in the room. What happened with my ambassador today?
You know, you mentioned that something seemed off. I think you're right.
I'm
She just starts busting up laughing.
Yeah, you start laughing
I
and
it,
there's a chuckle in him too. Like there's a like a levity to it, but he is rubbing his head like he can't
it's
believe it.
all right. So first off, let me do the Baron shit first. I am sorry. I was not expecting that. I did not know that. I knew there was some tension with the Kenneth family, and I had the idea that he didn't really like me personally. But that was a lot.
There's a lot to unpack, I think, with that speech. But I'm just so confused. He when he came to me, he wanted to sponsor. He put his weight behind um the Kenneth suitor. If you're familiar with her
I
by
am.
now, I'm sure you are. And he wasn't. He was very pessimistic about. Rose's prospects, and then the speeches feel so opposite to what he was proposing. And I've never seen him make an outburst like that in all the time that he's worked for me in the last couple of years.
All right. So here's the thing. That is something that's got to be addressed. I get that. You know that. Holy shit, we're going to read about it in the paper. But here's the thing. None of that is actually really substantive at this second. Hear me out. You're going to hate me. I'm sorry. Look, Baron Rowan Olivier Del Kenneth Deliora
Martell.
can't do a whole lot.
Martel Olivier.
Can't
Whatever.
can't do a whole lot because between like House Civis being interventionist and House Tarkanan trying to assassinate us and like the fucking dragon cult trying to stir up a bunch, like it's so much, right? So like the Baron's hands are a little busy, but Rowan Martell, she's been dead since the morning. And no one has given me the opportunity to actually be from Syrie. So maybe you and Rowan Martell have a talk, since she isn't anyone. And maybe that talk needs to start with not how you feel or what we can do about Cross or about the plight of the Warforged, but simply this. You will be dead in 100 years, more than likely. What would you have the history books read about you? Orgrave, what do you want? I can't give you counsel until I know what you want. I don't even know how to process what Cross did. And I don't mean about the pieces of the board. You tell me, what do you want?
No, you must know what I want. I want the history books to read that I set Syrie up for success, that I brought prosperity to my people, that I don't care what they write about me. I care about that the history books have Syrie to write about, because Rowan Martell, I'm sure it's not of a great surprise to you that we're a bit scattered. We're a bit of an endangered species right now.
All
I'm
right.
trying to preserve us.
So then let's start thinking tactically. You need allies. You need land. Right?
Keltris will say, he needs everything, is what he needs.
Okay, but you gotta, if you're gonna eat something really big, you gotta do it one bit at a time, right? That's Alfred, you are right. It we need everything, right? But we gotta start with a foundation. You are like the most intelligent individual ever. Please, what do you think? Like, what is the first thing we need? What is the foundation?
Well, he looks over at Orgrave with the sort of like side-eye look of someone who's about to go into it, which there's like an immediate like they disagree, uh, or at least they have talked a great deal about this exact topic. That you're hitting the nail on the head, and it is a matter of some discussion around here. That's what this look tells you immediately. He says, "Well, we have no shortage of concerns. We have British Parliament trying to limit our population. Prince Orgrave would see that every Syrian is given a place to live. And he'll kind of look over at Heinrich, who kind of like gives him a look of like, no, I'm not talking. And Keltris is like, Orgrave, will you? And Orgrave says, Heinrich, speak your mind. Heinrich says, "Ugh, I'm a soldier. I'm a warrior, and with all due respect, I don't know if Orgrave's like, Heinrich. Heinrich says,
Mine does that too. When I ask them a direct question, I have to ask her like 3 different ways while she tries to evade actually answering the question that I asked. Isn't it frustrating? Doesn't it drive you nuts?
Leanna's like, wow, maybe I'm the one who needs protection. Um, a little bit of a chuckle. Um, Orgrave says, I don't have a Syrian military advisor. You're the closest thing to it, Heinrich, so just let it out. Heinrich says, well, this is why I'm not the king or the prince whatever. I'm a warrior and I think pragmatically. I'm from Denise and well, there's only so many mouths we can feed on the generosity of Brayland. Whatever happens or wherever we go next, you're going to need resources and support. Armies live and die by their logistics, not by how many hands have swords in them. Not that we're at war, but that is to say that New Syria has been surviving on the charity of Brayland. If we are going to upset the power in Brayland, you need someone else who's going to feed you. So, who can do that? Is my question. And Keltra says, and that's exactly it, Orgrave. But this is why you're prince. You're the idealist. Prince Orgrave says, I'm not the prince because I'm an idealist. I'm the prince because I was the closest related to the queen when she died. That's the only reason I'm on this throne. I'm not necessarily the most well-equipped to do this. Keltra says, be that
I get
as...
that.
He kind of gives you like a like, right? Magister Keltra says, be that as it may, the people follow you, Orgrave, and they follow you because you have love for every Syrian who walks Corvair, and you want to give each and every single one of them a home. And it's our job to challenge that. So, as a war mage and as the most intelligent person in this room, I kind of stand with Heinrich that if you're going to be the idealist and let all of these people in, you're going to need someone who's going to be able to feed them. So, ask yourself who amongst your suitors is going to be able to provide that, or at least not upset Braylon enough that they're going to be able to do just that. There are many good options, and if we go down the list of who's going to upset the balance the least and let you actually support your people, there are some who do and some who don't. And Orgrave says, yes, yes. And as if hearing the list for the third, fourth, fifth, maybe 10th time, Keltra says,
13th time.
yeah, he says, um, Hadith may be able to provide land in Karnath if she is released from Braylon, but there's no guarantee that our greatest enemy in the war is going to provide us land. We may just be trading one charity for another. So Hadith may not even be the best at the end of the day, though she has a lot of pull in Braylon and may be able to get this bill passed with Parliament and continue Braylon's support. So she's on the board, to be sure, though nothing guaranteed. Rose provides Warforged who, to their credit, require very little to be provided for. They do not need to eat. They don't even need shelter because they don't need to sleep too often. And they're a military asset, and they can provide things from the inside of the Mournland. So she's certainly on the board because she provides resources that don't need resources to provide for. He goes, yes, yes. Talalora provides the support of her nation, which is not suffering for resources. Redoran can provide power, and I don't think Braylon would wish to upset the anger of a foreign empire by kicking out someone who was married into their aristocracy. Orgrave says, yes, I know, father. He goes, I'm not. Anyway, he says, now Vestige is, frankly, kind of out. I mean, I think they're out. The Changelings are a very capable individual. I know she wants to provide all of this solace and good care for the people of Syria and help them get over the traumas of the past, but it's more mouths to feed, and it's going to upset Braylon even more unless you're willing to use the changeling's abilities for more unsavory tactics, Orgrave, and we all know how honorable you are, lad. He says, don't call me lad. You only call me lad when you're angry at me, Keltris. And he starts wagging his finger at Orgrave, quite
Yeah, but
literally.
didn't you just call him father?
Uh, Heinrich just gives you a hand, like, it's better to stay out of it. Protecting you at this point. He goes, now, Ilina, she's been with us for a very long time. If there's anything that she could do is that she could build a solution out of anything. She built New Series, so if there's more mouths to feed, we can rely on her to build a way that we can be doing well. If we really do want to take her up on her exorciates, they're probably going to have the Dragon Mark power to provide whatever resources we need. Galanda's exorciates will provide food, Canath exorciates will provide infrastructure, and so on and so on and so on. It'll be a superpower for resources, even if we do get kicked out of Brailish lands. Uh, and Orgriff says, but if we get kicked out of Brailish lands, then where do we go, Keltris? He says, well, the changelings have been somewhere, Orgrave. Maybe you'll go there. And then he says, and finally, most hard and fast to, I know Heinrich likes the best, Siana of the Capador. They have land that they're willing to provide now. They will create tension with the Lesh, but when has there never been tension between the Lesh and the Siren people? So maybe just do it, and then you'll have capable warriors at your back who can provide for you, and mouths to feed will not be an issue, and they can also support you militarily if someone comes after you, and give you a safe feudalist society to build your nation off of. But Orgrave says, yes, Keltris, but you know that as much as it would be nice to build that bridge, it's going to be a hard pill for the Siren people to swallow. And Keltris says, but that's why we don't live in a fucking democracy, Orgrave. You're the prince. They trust you to lead them where they ought go. And Orgrave kind of gives you a look, Rowan, of like, help me.
Orgrave. She's gonna look at both of the advisors.
Puts his hands up and he goes,
what do you want? What do
and
you
yet
want?
I am no closer to a solution.
Yeah,
Each one has their
absolutely. And what do you want? Which is actually what I asked. And it's good to know what the advisors think, right? But I'm just like, what?
The only one my advisors truly dislike is the one who would provide the most, frankly, healing for my people. My people are hurt. You know this as well as anyone, Rowan. I don't think, with all due respect to Cross and the Warforged and their plight, I they haven't had anything taken from them. Siren people have centuries and centuries and centuries of culture and home that has been torn from them violently and are hurt.
Yes. Yeah, no, I get it.
Homes,
Yeah.
families, entire family lines. I know that she is a suitor, but look at Ilina. She was to perhaps be the next Baron of House Canath, and in a single day, she went from this great station to being, if she were to rejoin the family, probably someone on the assembly line in the Manufacturers Guild.
No, sir. You are very incorrect. She could turn the balance of Canath if she wanted to. And if you think differently, you don't understand how that house works. I'm telling you. She could make that kind of a difference if she wanted. Canath politics are awful. Don't stick your toe in.
Canath politics aside, I do understand the relevance of bloodlines and the loss of station. How many people in this camp do you think that there are who were once noble families who had multiple homes and manors and lifestyles and generational wealth that has been ripped away from them? And how many people have had, regardless of wealth, I don't need to explain to you, Rowan Martell, about the losses of the morning, which is why Vestige is on the table. Because she and her people can provide healing that no one else seems to be able to. So all of my people are on the table, and if you're asking what I want all of them. They all work quite well.
All
I don't
right.
know which is the right choice. It seems like after today, maybe I should be leaning towards Rose.
Let's let's You want it all? All right, let's see what we can do about getting it all for you. Just give me a second. Let me think about this.
Listen, we have 4 more days, Rowan, and you are the Baron of your house, Laura. And I've told Cross, and I'll say it to you, that when the time comes and a guild is made, you better believe New Siri will be raising its hand for your aid and your
I
contracts.
don't, respectfully or grave, I don't think you understand the opportunity you have right now. See, right now we're a house, but because we don't actually have a guild, so long as we're not making money, we can literally do whatever we want with zero oversight. And as much as it grinds my gears that you did not, that Nusiri was not a signatory of the Treaty of Thronehold. You weren't. So we have a very unique window where we can speak really candidly. Nobody can, they can get as pissed off as they want to. They can't do anything about it. I
It
think
is
there's a way that
true. Sorry, please.
I think there is a way that you can get a lot more on that's on the table than just one. I need I need to go look at the laws, and I need to think about resources. But I will tell you this. There can be no healing, no true healing. And I speak as someone who nearly died in the desert. The first thing that you need to heal is to be in a place where you feel safe. You need to be in a place where you do not have to worry that it is no longer yours.
And let
There's
me
a lot of
ask
different,
you, sorry,
so there's a
let me
lot of
ask
different
you a
ways to go about that.
question. Let me ask you a question that I think you are uniquely the greatest person, and perhaps all of Corvair to answer this question. I ask Rowan Martell then, not Canis, not Leora, ask Rowan Martell. If you weren't a Leora, if you were here in New Siri, and you were hoping for me to build the future, and I said, packing up everything and we are living in Dargoon, after what you've endured personally, do you think you could do that? Would you do that?
It's interesting that you should say that, because I can tell you that since the morning, the only place I have truly felt safe was Rook.
You wouldn't be staying in Bukonjo.
Oh, that's something else.
And by the
She may
sounds of
believe,
things, doesn't sound like the
sh-
look. Go ahead.
she may believe that the Lahesh does not know that she is here. Not only do I promise you that he knows she is here, because he's really savvy and he knows things he shouldn't, and I don't know how, but he does. Uh, I can promise you that if what land is you want, there are diplomatic channels you could open with the Lahesh if you chose to. And you're right. It would be a very difficult road to hoe for the people of Siri to live next to the individuals in Dargoon. But it
but
is
not next
land, and
to,
you. It is land, and
together.
you. Oh, I understand. Would you be interested? Oh God, I gotta be so careful with how I put this. Let's say there was like a crazy Eberron 2, completely different world, right? We're talking absolute fantasy. We are not talking about anything that actually could happen. But let's say there was a world where you could sit and have a conversation with the Lahesh. Would you?
He rubs his brow. If I, as Prince or Gravier Rhinearn, I I would have to say yes. As Orgrave of Siri, I don't think it would be a very pleasant conversation. I know you have great respect.
This is this is just business. It really is. I'm just trying to think of how to get land.
Why don't you take some time to think about this? Because I ask you this not because Siana is or isn't at the front of my mind for
I don't
being
think you should marry her.
eligible.
I don't think that's how you should do it. I actually think it would be a really bad idea, to be honest with you.
So you think it is a non-starter for the nearest Syrian people?
No, I don't think it is a non-starter. I think it could work. I think you have better options on the table if what you want is everything. You said you wanted everything. There are other ways to get lands in Dargoon. Perhaps you could purchase it back.
With
And
what
before you,
money?
yeah, Dad, just what if you could? What if it was possible? What if it was possible to purchase X amount of land?
Well, all of our troubles would be solved, of course. Well, not all of them, but a rather large one. But the quantity of gold would be would have to be in the hundreds of thousands.
All right. All right. Okay. We cannot get everything you want without knowing what it is. And she's going to look at at Keltrick and say, and that's what I meant about we got to know what the bites are. And so I know that these are frustrating conversations to have, but let's I am
Cultress,
not the
you're
brightest person in the.
speaking in circles, girl. What are you talking about? You're saying marry her. No, don't marry her. It could work, but
Oh
it
no,
won't
I was never
work.
saying marry her. I'm saying there are other ways to get that land.
Through tens, hundreds of thousands of gold pieces? Where are we supposed to
Oh,
get that?
what? I understand. She's gonna look at Orgrave. I
Who looks
understand.
as perplexed as you are. And you look at the three of them, and you get the sense they're trying to keep up, but it sounds like a little scatterbrained to them.
I understand. So that there is no lack of clarity. Yes, she comes with land. No, I don't think you should marry her for that land, at least not without his blessing. Politically, I don't think you should be asking for his blessing. If
Haruk's blessing.
Yeah, no, it would be bad for a sovereign. Like that's not a good idea.
I would
Let me
not be
just
asking for his.
I understand. That's why I'm saying.
Heinrich says, perhaps it is very late. I can see that the Baroness is onto something. Maybe take some time and figure out exactly what it is that you're cooking up in that brain of yours. And the prince needs his sleep before affairs begin again tomorrow, I would say.
She's gonna look at the war mage.
Yeah.
Hey, I
All
don't know
right.
how I know it's a thing that can be made. I've never made one. It's a hat, but it can make you look different. You know how to make one of them? You're working. Find one of them.
You could talk to Ilya Kenneth. She's the
Thank
builder
you.
around here.
All right. All right, cool. Thank you. Y'all,
I explode shit.
I love
I
that.
I reduce buildings to dust. I don't
That's
build them.
glorious. All right. Good night, y'all.
All right, you take off.
We'll go to bed.
Gee.
And with that, that is the Grand Requiem of Siri. And tomorrow will apparently be a bit of a free day to visit with different suitors and achieve some ends before the next event unfolds. But clearly, there are some plots and plans and strange things going on and big feelings that you're dealing with. And we'll tackle them all next week.
Lude would be staying up to make until Rowan got back.
Cool.
Yeah, so above, are we done for the evening?
We are done